beautiful, for heroes proved in liberating strife. Who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life. America, America, make God thy gold refined, till all success be nobleness, and every gain divine. And you know, when I was in school, we used to sing something like this. Listen here. Oh, beautiful, far spacious skies, far amber waves of grain, far purple mountain majesties, over the fruited plain. But now wait a minute, I'm talking about America, sweet America. You know, God done shed his grace on thee. He crowned thy good. Yes, he did. Every brotherhood from sea to shining sea. You know, I wish I had somebody to help me sing this. America, I love you, America. You see, my God, he done shed his grace on thee. And you ought to love him for it, because he crowned my good. He told me he would. Every brotherhood from sea to shining sea. Oh, Lord, I thank you, Lord.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Chef Madness podcast. That was the great Ray Charles. I hope everybody is enjoying their evening. I hope everybody is ready for a spirited show. We're going to let both hands go on this conversation tonight. I'm going in a different direction tonight because the conversation that we was having last night that veered off and derailed our show, it was something that needs to be explored more, especially in the African American community, because we are just as American as anybody else. We have a say-so in America. And it's time that America hears its dark population. Now, the African American population in America is diverse. We are more than just the civil rights of Black Americans and the gripes in the history of the racism and slavery, segregation, and oppression, we are more than that. We are Americans. So we weigh in and have feelings about all things involving American citizens and the way in which the country is moving. So, let me start off by addressing the Second Amendment nuts. That's right. That title was given to me by Concrete Corey. In our back chat, we was texting about the conversation and the debate that we had last night. And he called Second Amendment advocates nuts. So when I made this live stream, I had to put that in the title. So let's deal with it. It's better that we call this show the fallacy of unrestricted firearms. And we can subtitle it Challenging Second Amendment Advocates. The Second Amendment of the United States Constitution, which states that the rights of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, has long been a contentious topic in American society. While the right to bear arms is deeply ingrained in the nation's history and culture, it is essential to critically examine the arguments put forth by Second Amendment advocates. In this live show tonight, we will explore the fallacy surrounding the unregulated proliferation of firearms and challenge the arguments commonly used by its staunch supporters. Point 1, the misinterpretation of the Second Amendment. One of the primary issues surrounding the Second Amendment is the misinterpretation of its language. Second Amendment advocates often emphasize the phrase shall not be infringed while disregarding the context in which it was written. The amendment was created in a time when militias were necessary for the security of the state, and firearms were vastly different from the advanced weapons available today. The right to bear arms was not intended to be an absolute unrestricted right, but rather a collective right connected to the preservation of a well-regulated militia. Point 2, outdated arguments in the modern era. Second Amendment advocates often cling to outdated arguments that no longer hold true in our modern society. The notion that private citizens need firearms to protect themselves from tyranny or to maintain a sense of security is increasingly flawed. We have professional law enforcement agencies to maintain public safety, and the idea of an armed citizenry defending against a tyrannical government is unrealistic in the face of modern military capabilities. Moreover, studies consistently show that more guns in circulation lead to higher rates of firearm-related violence, making the argument for personal security a dubious one. Point 3, failure to address public safety concerns. Another flaw in the argument put forth by Second Amendment advocates is that failure to adequately address public safety concerns. The United States experiences a disproportionately high rate of gun violence compared to other developed nations. Advocates often ignore this issue or claim that the solution lies in further arming citizens. However, evidence shows that countries with stricter gun control laws have significantly lower rates of firearm-related deaths. Rather than promoting unrestricted access to firearms, we should focus on implementing common sense gun control measures to ensure public safety. Point 4, neglecting the human cost. And this is the most important. Second Amendment advocates frequently overlook the human cost of an unregulated firearms culture. Mass shootings have become an all too frequent occurrence, leaving behind devastated families, traumatized communities, and a nation gripped by fear. Each tragedy serves as a stark reminder of the urgent need for stricter gun control measures. Ignoring these devastating consequences and prioritizing the restricted rights of individuals over the safety and well-being of society as a whole is morally untenable. We have to do better. Second Amendment advocates are nuts. How y'all doing today? Welcome to Chef Madness. That is the opening monologue. The conversation yesterday, it made me think about my family. It made me think about my daughter. This September will be her first year in college. Every time a mass shooting happened, whether it was in a shopping mall, whether it was in a church, whether it was in an elementary school or Walmart, the first thing I think about is my family. Most all of the mass shootings that happen in this United States is undertaken by a person who had a legal right to purchase and own guns. This has to end. The amount of guns in American society, in our homes, in our cars, on our persons, leaves the majority of Americans vulnerable to gun violence. Chef Madness, let's talk about it. Welcome, everybody. Who do we got in the building? We light the night, y'all. We light the night, but we in here. So since we light, we gonna get a lot of work done. Mongo Slade, what's up? I was gonna do the Hawaii's. I had to go in a different direction. Outside the cube, I'm about to send you the link. What's going on? Brendan, Sirius B, what's happening? Infinite Wisdom, we up in here. All right, let me get my Zoom link together right now. NBA Armchair Analysis, welcome to the show. I'm glad you're here, bro. Appreciate that. Let me get this Zoom up. We're going to deal with this tonight. Boom. All right. Copy invite link. Multiple streamers. Okay. You can get that 10 minutes. You can get that 10 minutes. That was the link, y'all. That was the link. And we up. All right. Before we get started on that, who was watching Sinetta earlier? Sinetta had Ali Muhammad and brother Jabari squaring off for their debate on the 30th. All right. I don't know how I pin that. Brendan, can you pin it for me? Ain't you a moderator? Let me see if I can pin it from here. All right, let me look on here. Let me see. Boom. Let's switch to Chef Madness. Watching Sinetta earlier, let me turn that off. I don't think I know how. Let me see. All right, I pinned it. Got it. Boom. All right, we in there. Peace. All right, I got it, Cube. Appreciate that, Brenda. All right, so boom. Before Cube go in, because Cube is more versed in Second Amendment of debunking Second Amendment advocates or Second Amendment nuts. So we're gonna give him a few minutes to get in here, but whoever else want to click the link, you're more than welcome to come in and chop it up on Chef Madness before we let Outside the Cube loose on Chef Madness tonight. I hit Cube up just out of the blue today because I was thinking about the show. I should have hit him earlier than I did. But sometimes, it depends on what time I get off work. All my clients came in on time, so I was able to get out the shop kind of early today. So I said I'm definitely going live. So it was, spare the moment. But that's right. Chief X versus the Cube will be a fire debate. But yeah, so the weigh-in of Jabari and Dr. Ali Muhammad. Crazy, right? I feel like Jabari already won the debate in the weigh-in. Ali Muhammad versus Jabari. Their debate is similar to Sanchez versus Brother Unk. Why? Because like Sanchez, Ali Muhammad is taking a position with no credible scientific or historical material to back his claim up. I'm going to repeat that again. Just like Brother Sanchez, Ali Muhammad is taking a position that cannot be supported by science or history. There's no credible source that backs anything that Ali Muhammad says up. So, Jabari already won. So, talking to Unc earlier, I would keep saying, right, Unc, why do you keep acting like it's something that Ali actually have a chance at? You know, I know you and Jabari had y'all differences in the past. But to act like Ali Muhammad has a chance against an Ivy League historian on the historicity of America and African Americans being aboriginals, it's crazy. And for you, brother Unc, to act like Ali don't stand a chance against you in a debate on the subject, but actually can stand against an Ivy League trained scholar and a professor in a university on history. The disrespect for professionalism and education goes out the door in this community. Look, for me, I'm going to come flat out and say it. Ali is out of his mind, and Jabari is going to win one of the most lopsided debates in the HOK history. Ali is in no way, shape, or form on Jabari's level. Rob Bowen would wipe the floor with Ali Muhammad on this debate. Uncle Cat will wipe the floor with Ali in this debate. Garfield will wipe the floor with Ali in this debate. Now, Chris Harris will wipe the floor with Ali in this debate. So, all four guys I just mentioned, none of y'all are professors. None of y'all are professors on a collegiate level. And if I can see that y'all arguments will wipe the floor with Ali Muhammad, Truth Historian, another one. So we might disagree with Jabari on his comedic stuff. But to act like Ali can stand a chance in there with that goddamn rubbish he spits is utterly disrespectful to the academic process. It is disrespectful to education in general, and we need to do better. Now, for me, I feel like Brother Unc is pulling a Sinetta. He's hyping the debate. Now, I believe that's what Brother Unc is doing. I believe he's just hyping the debate. Because to sell a debate, you have to make it seem like at least it's going to be a fight worth watching. That each person has the potential to lose. That's how you sell a fight. Because if they was to tell the truth, we all know that Ali Muhammad is as pseudo as they come. He is as pseudo as they come. It's crazy. So what do y'all think about the debate before we get started on this Second Amendment situation we got going on here? Where my man Concrete Corey at? Hey, got a couple announcements. I want to say I appreciate all y'all, the ones that come through. Yo, we're going to pump this channel up. I'm reinvigorated. And the reason why I'm reinvigorated, I got to change that title down the bottom, y'all. I'm sorry. All right. But anyway, the reason why I'm reinvigorated is we had our first 1,000-view stream the other day, right? I have a stream up that we produced last week. It was one of the shows that we produced last week on slavery. That show then was viewed over 1,000 times now on YouTube. That was the first show over here that then cracked 1,000 views. All right. I appreciate that, y'all. Let's keep building. All right, let's keep building. Shout outs to Chef Madness. When I looked at that early, I got reinvigorated. I said, yo, we might got something over here. Let's keep producing shows. Let's keep refining the shows. Let's refine our talking points like I did earlier. Let's sharpen up our monologues. Let's write a little bit more before the show. Small things that we can do that'll go a long way. But I appreciate y'all. We have our first 1,000-view show. And the sky's the limit. We can build this up like any other channel that's built up in this community on YouTube, period. I appreciate that. Definitely got to stay more consistent. Definitely got to stay more consistent. Hey, yo, how my level sound? Is the sound good tonight? Yeah, Ali Muhammad is nuts. All right. Now, think about Ali's position, right? If anybody remember Ali, Ali was around when Wesley Muhammad was coming on Sinetta. I appreciate that, Cube. Hey, Cube, I need your channel to blow, though, bro. I need your channel to blow. Seriously. You got something. The same way you encourage me, I'm gonna encourage you more to go live more, to produce more shows. Let's get to it. All right. We represent, right? We represent the offshoot of the conscious community. We pretty much don't have no allegiance, right? It seems like everybody else in the community has allegiances and ties, right? A little bit more closer to the HOK than us, Cube, right? So our channels, right, have to feed off of each other's, right? Our channels have to feed off each other. So if I can promote you or give you any advice to make your shows better, for you to refine it and get it better, I would love to do it. One thing I say about your shows, I love the way they go. I think you use a little bit too much profanity. Right? But I love it, right? Because you talk like me, you talk like people I was raised around. Simple and plain. You speak from the heart and you let it go, right? We need that. But you also have good information. And sometimes your good information can get drowned out by the profanity. All right? So we got to push each other. You know, we got to create a circle of channels. We have to support each other. We have to debate each other, right? Respectfully. Yeah, Cube had a good gaming channel, and the crazy thing is, I'm kind of a gamer, right? I kind of do video editing, right? We into technology, right? So we represent, right? A new wave, right? A new wave. And I think we need to get busy, right? We need to get busier than what we are. All right. We can take the issues of the conscious community, we can bring them over to our channel and how we do, and we can do them our way with our spin and try to bring younger people into the fold of consuming information. So, first 1,000 view show, right? I'm proud of that. But it's kind of an up and down. Now, we are trying to produce a show. If Brendan, if you still in the chat, all right, my man Brendan, Sirius B. Me and Brendan is going to produce a show. More than likely, we ain't going to get it done this week, but hopefully next week we can produce the show where Brendan is going to present his case. Sirius B of the pseudo killers is going to present his case for the the indigenous black North African tribes. Chief X had levied a claim against Black Africa, saying Black Africa, there was never a black indigenous black African tribe in North Africa, Europe, or the Middle East. Brother Sirius B. Brendan said he would love to answer that that claim of Chief X, and he think he has definitive proof of black tribes in North Africa. So hopefully we can produce that show early next week. Early next week, that's what I'm shooting for, Brendan. Classic Shabazz, welcome to the show. A lot of brothers speak very highly of you and the content that you produce, bro. I think I watched a few of your shows back in the day, and I can remember, you was fire. You was an early pioneer. Welcome to the show. We would love for you to jump back into the fold, right, and start producing again. Mongo Slade crazy. Yes, y'all. So, Jabari already done laid some serious damaging blows on Ali Muhammad already. Serious damaging blows. And what let me know that this might be a first round knockout early, Jabari was able to catch Ali Muhammad. He was able to catch him during mid-sentence and rock his world. Live, with no sources up, he was able to catch him, right? Meaning Jabari was listening in to every mistake that Ali made. And he was catching them. The counters was vicious. Ali, you looked it crazy, bro. You looked it crazy today. If that's what you coming up there with, good night. Good night. All right, I want to say, brother James, Neanderthal James, Pan-African James, Pan-African Designs. Pan-African Designs, I love you on the show, bro. I love you, right? You represent a mindset that we try to act like don't exist anymore. You make the conversations lively, and you make us have to think to defend against you. And then what's so crazy about what you do? Most of us, in our pseudo hearts, kind of halfway agree with your crazy ass. So most of the time we fighting against you, we're fighting against ourselves. In the errors that we see in our own belief systems. All right? Pan-African James, you the man, bro. That's right. Everything that James says, I used to believe. Everything that James says, even down to the Neanderthal some type of way, I believed in the 90s, early 2000s. James is not crazy. We got to stop it. We got to stop it. Per Black said James represents the pseudoisms within. He damn sure do. James is going to pull your black card every day of the week and twice on Sundays, like my grandmother used to say. James is going to pull your black card every day of the week and twice on Sundays. Right? He going to make you look at yourself and be like, am I black enough? He definitely do it on purpose. But I think he actually means it. And when I used to talk like that, I meant it also. Now, back to Ali. Ali is a grifter. All right? Ali Muhammad is a grifter. I remember back in the day, right, when he was on his Nation of Islam. I remember he was in the Nation of Islam. I remember he used to rep the Nation of Islam. I remember before he was repping the Nation of Islam, he was repping some twisted version of the MSTA, the More Science Temple of America. All right? And then he moved on to some type of 5%er information. Then he got a little bit more sophisticated and he started repping some type of Nation of Islam doctrine, right? And then he started repping some type of Sunni Islam, right? Then he went to some type of Sufi Islam doctrine, merged with the NOI, merged with some shit from the More Science Temple of America, right? And then he started to merge all of that with this Dr. Sabi information, with eating and, you know, this health kick, right? He started to become health conscious and he merged that and started talking about Aboriginal diets and indigenous diets, and now he started to rep some, Aboriginal autochthonous doctrine, and all of these things is made up mumbo jumbo hodgepodge mashups of pseudo information that he concocted and put in his own little way, and voila, he's the grand master of everything that he says. And the only place to get this information from is Dr. Ali Muhammad. There's nowhere we can verify his information other than through Dr. Ali Muhammad. It's disgusting. Boom. Okie dokie, we have, last but not least, we have outside the cube, we have Cube in the building. How you doing today, bro? I'm waiting for his stuff to connect up, y'all.
Yo, what's going on? You can hear me, bro?
Cube, we can hear you. What's going on with you today?
Oh man, I'm just holding it down. You doing all right today, bro?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm up in here. Your conversation last night and your argumentation, it forced me to want to make another show tonight. You know what I mean?
Nah, that's what's up, man. I appreciate it because, like I said, I'm a Second Amendment abolitionist, a gun abolitionist. I don't think that this is something that we actually need. And I'll start off by saying, like something that I said in the chat earlier on is that 2A supporters they actually saw what drugs did to our community, and everybody stands against it. But then when we look at the gun death, the gun violence, they can't see that. It's my right to have it. Well, if they made drugs like if we look at weed, how they made marijuana legal in certain states, we can still look at the downfalls that marijuana may cause. But then people will fall back on, well,
You muted out, Cube.
hello.
Yeah, you had muted out.
Oh yeah, I don't know where I stopped at, but what I was trying to basically what I was trying to say
You
is
was
like
talking
what I
about
put
the
in the chat.
marijuana and how it could be a downfall later. Go ahead.
Right. Because what they do is they if we look at marijuana, we see that that's not something that we should be pushing in our communities. But what people would say is, well, it's my right to use marijuana, and this is exactly what they do when it comes to Second Amendment. It's the same exact thing,
I
and
agree.
there should be no black person in America that should be for the Second Amendment. And I'm gonna show a few things tonight that's gonna tell you exactly why I feel the way that I feel. But yeah,
And
go ahead, finish
yeah,
what you was saying, and we can get into it. And if
all right.
anybody want to hit the link who may feel different, this isn't my channel, but I always welcome people who have
A
different opinions
dissenting,
than mine.
a
I
dissenting
always
view.
welcome that.
Yeah, if you got a dissenting view, click up. Now, it was one thing that you said about the marijuana. I totally agree. And that's another thing we shouldn't be pushing on our community. We should not be pushing another drug, right, on our community because it only hurts us. What they don't tell you is that with marijuana use, right, certain jobs won't be available to you. All right? Um, People who have their CDLs, you can't smoke marijuana, right? You can't operate machinery. Things like that. You even people listen in Maryland, right? You can't even be a registered gun. You can't even carry a firearm or be licensed to carry a firearm uh, if you smoke marijuana. Like that's crazy. They don't even look at the fine print. right? So when everybody was running to get their legal marijuana cards so they can go buy from the dispensaries before they made it legal, right? Here in Maryland, right? It was a fine print on there, right? People actually got their license to carry guns revoked from them and they didn't even know it, right? People if their job would look up whether they carried marijuana, had a marijuana card, right? Maryland start that you could look it up. So employers would look it up, and if you worked in a warehouse and drive forklift or worked any type of crane, right? Your job could be taken away from you. Crazy. So no, marijuana or no drug, no other drug should be pushed on the black community. And we shouldn't be advocating for more drugs in our community because we already done seen the ravages of drugs in our community. I totally agree with you on that, Cube.
Yeah, 100%, man. And I got a few things that I want to show just to start off because a lot of times when two and you kind of hit on a little bit of it when you did your opening monologue because a lot of times what two-way supporters what they'll say is like how I kind of caught Chief X up last night when he was talking about Ghana, they don't have access to weapons, for themselves, and what if there's some kind of government uprising, and but if you look over the past 100 years, you really don't see these things happening, and you also don't see these things happening in first world or even second world countries. So this is not something that anyone should even be worried about.
Fact.
I wouldn't say Ghana is a third world country. It'll be more like today, it'll be more of a second world country. So that's not something that you would necessarily have to worry about. Now, are there countries in Africa that are third world countries? Yes, absolutely. But let me just share this real quick because I think this is the first piece of pertinent information that needs to be looked at. And let me see. I don't use Zoom that often, so the sharing is not my forte exactly. So, damn, how do you share on here? Oh, there it is. It's right there in green. Terrible. Okay. So yeah, let's go here. I want to share this tab, and can you guys see that? Okay.
Yeah, hold on. Let me put it on the. Let me do this. Give me 1 second, Cube. Let me
Oh, okay,
see.
okay. Yeah, I forgot you got to switch it up. Yeah.
Yeah, let me do this.
And
Let's
let
do
me turn this up a little bit too.
custom, and I'm gonna let you rock.
Oh no, I'm still gonna need a little bit of participation. Like I don't
Oh,
have. You
definitely.
gotta you gotta remember when you called me, bro.
Yeah,
Like you
we
hit
just
me
threw
like
it
30
together.
minutes before you went live. I didn't have like a presentation or anything like that ready, but I do
Somebody,
know what to get,
somebody
to
gonna
make
come
my
in here to
point.
argue with you.
You said what now?
Somebody gonna come in here to argue with you.
Well, I hope they do actually.
All right, my man Magic Mike just joined.
No doubt.
I'm gonna give you some controls real quick. Let me see. Boom. S Q more. Make you a co-host. Boom. And wow.
Yeah, and I do want to say that I wanted to touch on this topic on my channel, and I still will in the form of a presentation. But I'm glad you actually decided to go live and touch on this topic because this is not something that we talk about, but we do talk about. And it's mostly we talk about these things in passing, but we never do a deep dive into these type of things. So I'm glad you went live to talk about it.
Facts, facts. All right, whenever you ready. Hey, Magic Mike, what's up, bro?
I'm doing well, man. About yourself?
I can't complain. How you doing today?
Man, I can't complain, and definitely appreciate you bringing this topic to the forefront as well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. You want to
All right.
add anything before you go in? Before Cube go in?
Yep. Very quickly, I felt like I missed a great show last night. I wasn't able to kind of jump on. Were you guys talking about this or something else?
Yeah, yep. We talking about this.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the issue is that, in comparison to some countries that kind of have more of a gun-free zone, if you will, as far as the overall country, have significantly less guns available to just the general citizenry. I think America, from its inception, has kind of had this gun culture, albeit, like you mentioned in your monologue, that was mainly to protect the state, and it was regulated with the access that militias had, but it had a necessary component to it at some point. Compared to now, it's more of just gun enthusiast. So, if you compare us to Finland or Switzerland or some other European country that has far less gun violence and far less gun availability for their citizenry, we've never really been at that point, if I'm correct. Is that correct? That we've never really been, had those type of laws in place that would restrict guns in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. And so now I think it's so far gone it would be very difficult to rein it back in. And I think that's the challenge. I think even some gun advocates that are for some level of tighter restrictions are not going to be willing to give up their guns.
Fact.
Right. And so now you're in a situation where, yeah, I do agree that, we definitely got to keep the guns out of the hands of the ones that are mentally ill. But, when we start considering what are we going to do with what's already out there, am I going to be willing to give away my M4 or all of my hunting rifles or, any weapon that I have that may fall into some legislation of, that we would deem as extra for the ordinary citizen? And most people are not going to be willing to give that up in current day. I currently don't have a weapon. Me and my wife, we've talked about it, and we're both prior military. We have 5 deployments between the both of us in the Middle East. So we've handled some of these type of weapons, in particular the M16, the M4, which is very similar to the AR-15. But as we've considered getting weapons at some point in the future, we've talked about, hey, we would probably get a 9mm, and we would probably get M4s. And so I understand the people that want that assault style weapon, the AR-15, again, very similar to the M4,
Right.
because of the efficiency of use. Now, I agree, it is a weapon of war, and I don't think it should be available at all. But if it's available, and since I know how to use it, even though I would hope to never have to use it, that's the one I would probably want to get. So it's really a conundrum. It's a true conundrum for a lot of us.
Facts. All right, Cube, you ready?
Yeah, definitely. We can get right into it.
Let's get it.
So, the first thing I want to present is an article, and the title of this article is "The UK's Response to Mass Shootings Offers Insight into Gun Control Debate in the United States." Now, what the brother just said, which was echoed by my brother in the chat. Let me find it really quick. Damn, I just had it right here. Hold on. Okay, here it is. Damn, hold on. Did he delete it? Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. My brother, Infinite Wisdom, he says the problem is even if you take away the right to bear arms, criminals would still get their hands on them. We need the right to protect ourselves. I disagree with Cube on this. So this is what my brother or sister, I'm not sure. This is what this particular person said, and I'm going to show you why this is 100% incorrect. Now, if we look right here, it says the UK's response to mass shootings offers insight into into uh into gun control debate in the United States. Now, the portion that I really want to get to is right about here. It says here, since the introduction of these stricter gun control measures, gun-related deaths in England and Wales have decreased dramatically. Gun homicides in England and Wales had risen from 26 in 1969 to 66 in 1994. In the year of Dunblane, gun death peaks at 84 across the United Kingdom. But today, gun killings have dropped almost a third of that. In England and in Wales in 2021, 2022, the police recorded 28 gun killings. Imagine that. We see this on a weekend, on a 4th of July weekend or Memorial weekend, Memorial Day weekend. We see this alone in just a neighborhood.
Facts.
But the entirety of a country, we see 28. We see 28. Now, let me continue. In the last decade, the highest number of gun murders was just 40. That's in the last decade. The highest that they saw was 40. And more importantly, on average, under 5% of all murders were with guns. Now, this is where people get it misconstrued, because when people say these things such as, well, if I don't have a gun, how do we get the bad people or the bad man from not having a gun? Well, you have to make strict the gun laws. You have to make it to where if you are seen with a firearm, we're giving you 10 years off the rip. We're giving you 10 years off of the rip. We have to follow, and this is like the craziest part. I don't know if you ever guys ever seen this movie. What's the name of that movie? Michael Moore made a movie. It's a film director by the name of Michael Moore. I forget the name of the movie. I forget the name of
9/11.
No, not that one. It was one that he made after that. It was one that he made right after that. And basically what he did, I think it was the one called Capitalism. I think that was the one. And basically what he did was he went around to various different countries and looking at the things that they did great and or well, and said, hey, how about we just implement these things into our country? So when we look at England, Switzerland, places like that, what do they have? They have free healthcare. So he said, damn, why don't we introduce something like that to our country? And he went on and on and on about great things that we can actually add to our country. But see, the problem is a lot of people don't want to add these good things into our country, because what you have is you have a right wing that's attempting to stomp these things out. And what makes it worse is when these talking points are actually flushed down to the Black community. And now we're hearing these things, and now we're parroting these same exact talking points. Meanwhile, the access and the availability to guns is harming people in the numerous measures. So we see right here that what England did, they say, nah. We ain't doing this. We're not doing this anymore. So let me stop sharing that. Go ahead.
Do we know what some of those stricter gun restrictions were that they put in place?
For the UK?
Mm-hmm. That they're referencing in this article?
I don't have it on hand with me. Like I said, this was kind of off the cuff. He hit me like 30 minutes before I went live. So I just kind of grabbed a few things real quick. So let me share this real quick. Peace to the brother Concrete Corey, like he just tapped in. So let me just share this one thing, and then I want a Concrete Corey to come in if he has something to say. So if you take a look at this right here, it says gun violence touches every community and every racial group in the United States, but none more so than Black communities. In fact, Black Americans die from gun violence at nearly 2.4 times the rate of white Americans. On average, more than 12,400 Black people die from gun violence each year, with 15,548 such deaths in 2021 alone. So we go from
hold on. Can you repeat that? Can you repeat the number?
Yeah. So on average, more than 12,400. This is on average. It's more, not less. On average, it's more than 12,400. And this is just Black people that die from gun violence every year, not every decade, but every year.
Crazy.
Now think about this, because I'm about to show you something else that might blow your mind. Now, with 15,548 such deaths in 2021 alone, we got COVID, we got all these things going on, and niggas is still killing each other. The highest number on record. So I want to show you this last joint. Hold on, how do I? Let me move this. Okay, there we go. Let me move that. Uh, hold on. Let me see. I got one more joint I want to show you. No, that's the. Hold on. Where is it? Damn. Hold on. Where is it? I got one more. Is it that one? No, not this one. Hold on. Well, I'll come back to it. I'll definitely come back to it because I wanted to show you. Hold on, I think we got it right here. Alarmingly, nearly all of the forms of gun violence have been rising among Black Americans. Firearm homicides rose 61% from 2018 to 2021. That is insane. That it rose 61%. Now, you mean during all this time to where with social distancing, all of these things, it still rose 61% from 20. Now, I know we weren't social distancing from 2018, 2019, but through mid 2020 to 2021, we were social distancing and we still saw a rise. But this is just the Black community. Now, let me just continue a little bit more. Firearm suicide, unintentional shooting, and police shooting deaths has also shown troubling increases over the same time period. 44%, 10%, and 13% respectively. So from suicide, we're seeing 44% increase. Unintentional shooting, we see a 10% increase. And police shooting deaths, we see a 13% increase. So for the people that say that, no, police don't just kill, no, they are. And it's rising. So we got to stop playing this game. And see, Black people are among the smallest group that actually commit suicide, but we actually see a 44% rise. That's almost 50%. Now, we know that white males, they have the greatest of suicide, and obviously that would roll over to firearm suicide. But now Black people are creeping up in this. And then we have the 10% a rise for unintentional shooting. So now let me read a little bit more. The vast majority of gun deaths among Black Americans are gun homicides. And Black Americans, this is what I wanted right here. And Black Americans make up the majority of gun homicide victims. Watch this, y'all. I need y'all to pay attention to this very carefully. Any Black person who's a 2A supporter, they have not read the evidence, they have not seen the facts. Because if they were, they would just say that they would like to use it for sport. They wouldn't be a 2A supporter. They would be a 2A supporter through the vein of using it for sport. So now, in fact, 80,
define 2A supporter right quick, if you don't mind. Define 2A supporter.
Well, Chef kind of did it in his opening monologue.
Okay,
but
sorry, I missed it.
Oh, I thought you heard the opening monologue. But no, but basically the Second Amendment, it mentions things such as what do they call those militia groups and things of that nature. But see, when that thing was actually written, there was no M4s, as you mentioned, brother. There were no assault rifles. None of those things were actually available. None of those things were available. You had the old school guns to where you had to put the powder in, put the bullet in, shove it down. It would take you like the fastest that they've ever loaded one of those rifles was like, what, 30 seconds or something like that? And that's to shoot one bullet. Now,
Gotcha.
Now you can shoot 1,000 in 30 seconds, if not more. So when we see right here, 83% of all gun deaths among Black Americans are gun homicides, despite the fact that Black boys and Black men account for just 6% of the population. This 83% of all gun deaths among Black Americans are gun homicides, despite the fact that Black boys and men, think about it, Black boys and Black men account for just 6%. But if you take away the boys, you're talking about maybe 3% of Black men that are 83% of these deaths. 83%. They comprise more than half of all gun homicide victims. The disparities in Black and white homicide rates are particularly stark in large cities and counties. Research suggests that roughly half of all gun homicides take place in just 127 cities. Think about that, y'all. So if you live in a big city, New York, Miami, LA. It's 127 cities to where half of this is occurring. Well, it only makes sense because when you have huge populations of people, you're gonna have huge populations of black people. And if all of these guns are in these black hands, then what's happening? So no, there should be no black person walking around with a gun, much more anybody else. Last part, and I'll pause. Driving the elevated. This 127 cities, they're driving the elevated rates of homicides in these geographies. In the nation's 20 largest countries, black men ages 18 to 25 die from gun homicide at a rate nearly 19 times that of white residents. Like, imagine, like we could talk about, I think it's like you have like a 5-time rate to be killed from a police officer if you're black, then you're white. But we have, as black men, we have a 19 times rate to be killed, or excuse me, murdered by a gun than white people. This is why white people, you see, they could just walk their dog in the middle of downtown once it's gentrified, and it's cool. This is why you see these things, because they don't have this fear. If they had a 19-time rate to get murdered by a gun, they would be looking at niggas sideways too. The disparity means that while 5 out of every 100,000 young white people in these countries die from gun homicides, more than 1 in every 10,000 young black people are killed in such incidents. I could go a little bit more, but I'm gonna pause for a quick second here. But go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, so any two-way supporter that's saying that they support the Second Amendment and the right to bear arms, no, that was specifically for militias. And you actually touched on the Magic Mike. That was something that was necessary for that time. We could look in the Bible and some of the things that they were instructed to do. That was for that time. Like if you think about it like this, if you look at the Bible, they told them not to mix fabrics. Okay, well, that was for that time. It had a specific use for that time. Today, that's unnecessary. We don't need these things anymore. But see, the Second Amendment supporters, they want to live back in the 1700s, but they don't want to have 1700 weaponry. They want to live in the 1600s, but they don't have 1600 weaponry. If you told every two-way supporter that you're forced to have a musket, they would say, hell no. Why should I be forced to have a musket when the guns have advanced? Well, hold on. The guns have advanced, but has the laws advanced? No, they haven't. And see, this is where, especially because I'm coming from the black perspective, but more so everybody, because everybody struggles with this. We just happen to struggle with it the worst. You see what I'm saying? So I want to, let me see, pull this up. Okay, yeah. Let me share this because I want to touch on the something that the brother Chief X said last night about uh self defense. I don't support that self defense thing. I think it's BS because the reason why you have to defend yourself using a gun is because there's other people with guns. Simple as that. What did people do before they had guns? We don't really want to play this game. Hey, can y'all see that real quick?
Yeah, we can see it.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, cool. So this is an article from the Trace, June 3rd, 2022, so fairly new. So how often are guns used for self-defense? Now, let me just read a portion of it, then I'm going to jump down. So as the country reels from a pair of devastating mass shootings, the gun lobby has doubled down on the notion that a good guy with a gun is the only thing that can stop a bad guy with a gun. Now, this notion is horribly wrong because like how we were talking about last night, to where if you had all teachers that were armed, and as the brother Concrete Corey said, you got Miss Nelson, 75 years old, She got a goddamn gun on her hip. There's a lot of things that can take place before a gunman comes. They can push Miss Nelson down, go into her desk, take the gun, shoot somebody that was potentially bullying them or just messing around with it and even harm themselves. But if we also look at if a gunman does come, are we really going to rely on Miss Nelson to shoot straight or not freak out? That's why I showed you guys a video last night that took 10 seconds, a bulletproof a chamber that they can herd the kids into and wait for the police to come. Simple as that. But see, gun enthusiasts, that's really all they are. Gun enthusiasts, no, I want to keep my gun. So let me continue a little bit. That maxim is central to the NRA decades-long mission to relax gun laws and increase gun sales. See, so these people are invested. Smith and Wesson, they are invested. Their company hinges on you purchasing weapons, shooting those weapons that they actually make bullets for. Like it's no different than prisons. They need you to break the law so they can put you in these prisons. Who purchases a prison and just sits back and be like, nah, I really want to bring down crime? There's no person that owns a prison that wants to bring down crime. Now, this person may want to live in a crime-free area, but they by no means do they want to bring down crime. You own a prison, for God's sake. So now right-leaning media outlets have amplified their message in recent years by reporting that instances of self-defense by law-abiding owners actually outnumber gun crimes. Really? But is it true? A reader asks, are there more instances of defensive gun use than gun crimes? And where does this claim come from? Now, we already saw the numbers. I already showed you guys the numbers. The numbers just with Black people alone, we see 15,000. Just alone, we see 15,000. So this are people that are actually murdered. So let's take a brief gander at this. What is defensive gun use? It's typically defined as using a firearm to protect yourself, your family, or other people from a crime. The gun could be fired or simply brandished. Now, this is something very important because this is what they'll bring up. Well, see, I had my gun on me and I flashed it, so the dude, fell back. Examples include shooting an attacker in mid-assault or displaying a gun to discourage a burglar. How many instances of defense gun use are there each year? This is where it gets dicey. The number of defensive gun uses as these incidents are commonly known is hard to pin down. Law enforcement agencies don't typically classify, I'll just say instead of DGU brandishing your weapon, as a standalone category. The FBI tracks justifiable homicides, but states aren't required to submit those figures, so the data is incomplete. And the FBI figures omit defensive assault, in which someone fights off an attack and brandishes. But let me read this last sentence, and I want to go down and show you something. This ambiguity has opened the door to a fierce debate between gun violence researchers and pro-gun advocates who tend to cite different sets of data. Academics largely rely on the National Crime Victimization Surveys, a twice yearly poll of crime victims conducted by the federal government, while gun rights activists point to a series of telephone surveys conducted in the early 1990s by a criminologist and self-described gun control skeptic named Gary Kleck. The NCV has identified far few instances of defensive gun use. According to the most recent firearms violence report published in April 2nd, 2% of victims of non-fatal violent crime, now that includes rape, sexual assault, robbery, and aggravated assault, and 1% of property crime victims use guns in self-defense, which goes back to what we were saying, is that I said 99, but really it's a 98 to 99. So 98 to 99%, you would never, ever have to use your gun in a defensive situation. According to the survey, firearms were used defensively in 166,900 non-fatal violent crimes between 2014 and 2018, which works out on an average of 33,000 per year. Over the same period, defensive gun use was reported in 183,000 property crimes, or an average of 36,000 a year. So now, this is what we need to look at right here. So, are more people victimized or saved by gun crimes? So it's difficult to determine, but the best data we have from the NCVS indicates people use guns to commit crimes more often than to protect themselves. So just by looking at 2018, we see almost 500,000 firearm victimizations versus only 7,000 defensive gun uses. Now, what that tells me is that if we were to take away guns, these numbers go down tremendously. But you know where they go down the furthest? In the firearm victimization graph. That's where they're going to go down tremendously. How do you defend yourself from a nuclear attack if no one has nuclear weapons? You can't do it. But they want to tell you, oh, see, we need guns because we have to protect our family. We got to protect our family. Well, see, the bad people are still going to get guns. Well, hold on. When we take a look at England and what they did in the UK, they had 28 gun murders. So, yes, there are some bad people that are still going to have access to them, but not to the tune of 484,000. Look at the difference. 28 goddamn murders to 484. Man, come on. Are we really talking
Let me
here?
ask you a question.
Go ahead, my brother.
And let's Corey had something, because I know he's on there and had a chance to speak.
Right.
Okay. So I'll be honest with you. I'm on the fence with this. I'm kind of in the middle. So just hypothetical question. When you go to the movies, the grocery store, a baseball game, do you feel safe?
In this culture today, I never feel safe, especially like if I'm with my daughter, I never feel safe.
Why do you not feel safe?
Because of the number that you see on your screen right now, that any Negro, especially where I live at in the South, Negroes can open carry. They can conceal carry. So yeah, I never feel safe. Looking at this number, I don't think anybody should feel safe.
Do you think that having a weapon and being trained would give you a increased sense of safety, feeling safe?
No,
If
because
you have one yourself.
no, not at all. For the simple fact that in that exchange of gunfire, if it does go there, I can still lose my life. But if you extract the guns from me and the potential perpetrator, there is no losing my life from firearm violence. There is no way for it to happen. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you took the guns away, then you're correct. Then there would be no opportunity unless the policemen turn their weapons against you, which we're
right.
Not calculating that in this hypothetical. But so would you feel safe if there were no guns at all? Would you still feel at some level of vulnerability just based off of negative human behavior that some may exhibit?
Yeah. See, now I hear what you're saying, but if we were to take away all guns, there would be a greater level of safety that I would feel. It would be a greater level. Okay. Now, nobody should be walking around like they're on Fantasy Island, like everything is okay and everything is cool. No, because there's everything around you. If you don't look both ways before you cross the street, you can get hit by a bus. If you don't practice defensive driving, a drunk person can run into you and then you can crash your car. So there's always this level of danger around you. I'm not saying that there's a way that we can get rid of that. But what I am saying is there are ways to lessen that.
Great, right. So keeping it going, like on the scale of 1 to 10, your trust in the police, sheriff's department, and other security professionals to keep you safe when you go to these different places, scale of 1 to 10, what's your trust level in those that have been hired
Zero.
by the city? Zero. Okay.
And the reason, hold on, I answered your question, but I want to expound. So the
Mhm.
reason I say zero is because the police and the cops are only going to come after I'm already harmed. That's it.
Okay.
Like what can they do to stop? Like if we look at these school shootings, mass shootings, they're only called mass shootings because multiple people were already murdered before the police got there.
Okay. So when you step outside of your home and then you're in these spaces where there are a lot of other people, what gives you a sense of safety, or do you just generally have no sense of safety
No,
or
generally,
level of security?
no, generally I don't have a sense of safety, but I also understand that I have to live in this life.
Okay.
I have
So
to live
for
in this life. Yeah, go ahead, my bad.
Yeah, so you're more sensible, obviously, and you're more pragmatic on the issue overall. But you're dealing with a group of people. We can call them right wingers. We can call them whatever we want to call them.
Gun
But they,
enthusiasts.
gun enthusiasts, they have that same level of zero, even though they may openly say they support the military or the police or public officials. They want to kind of be able to add on to that level of, security for the general public and for themselves. And they want the guns. They don't want to walk around and say, I have a zero level of sense of security when I'm out in the public. And if the law says I can have it and open carry like you can here in Texas, then I'm going to do it. And
But
they're going
see,
to fight. Mm-hmm.
but see, I hear you. But see, here's the problem. If you're looking at my screen right now, here's the problem. If you see right here, it says the U.S. has the highest rate of firearm deaths, nearly 5 times that of the second highest country, France.
Is
So
that per capita, or is that per capita like the percentage, or is that just
no,
numbers?
it's per 100,000 people.
Oh, gotcha.
So if me sacrificing my gun and other people willing to do the same, we can get to this place. We can get to this place. Now, where I want to get to is somewhere like Australia, the Netherlands, the UK. Because Japan, we just don't even see it at all. We don't even see it at
Mm-hmm.
all in Japan. We don't see it at all in Korea. UK is damn near non-existent, you know? So if you look at where we are versus Germany, New Zealand, the Netherlands, Australia, why shouldn't we be aiming to get to that? I'm gonna tell you one thing. If you were to take a trip right now to go to the UK, the Netherlands, Australia, to where this shit is non-existent, would you feel that you need a gun to protect yourself?
No,
Why is
no,
that?
because it's non-existent. It's
Because
it's
no
not
one
a
else.
it's not a part of their culture.
Okay,
But when you ask them those same questions I asked you, they're gonna say on a scale of 10, I feel a 7, 8, or 9, right?
that's where we should be. As humans, we
But
should be on a. I don't mean to cut you off, but I have to say this: in a developed first world country, we should be a 7 or 8. Like you should never be a 10 because that means you living in La La Land somewhere. But you should be in a well developed country. You should be a 7 or 8. You should be. But
yeah,
there's no way you can. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no. I may have a delay. I'm using my AirPods, but I agree with you. I'm kind of in the middle. I'm curious to see if others are in the middle as well. I don't have any weapons, but I've been considering it for years. Just haven't done it.
Right. Yeah. And you know what? It has to be something that we have to buy into. It has to be something that we have to buy into. Unfortunately, this Second Amendment has become culturized and ingrained into our culture so much to where if we don't have this Second Amendment, then people flip out and lose their mind and say, "Oh, the left is attacking us. Want to take our guns?" No, if you look at some of these countries, because this is another BS argument that they like to make. They like to say, "Oh, we got Mexico to the south of us and all of this stuff." No, no. We should be more worried about immigrants coming over here, taking jobs and resources from the communities that desperately need these versus them coming to attack us. These people are coming to try to better themselves in most cases. In most cases. But it's like, come on, give me a break. So tell me why, if Mexico is so bad and people down in Mexico are just so crazy, why we don't see them on this list? Because I see next to us, I see France, Switzerland, Canada, Norway, Sweden, New Zealand, Germany, and it goes on to where it's non-existent. Where is Mexico? Why would you be living on the southern border and be worried about Mexico? Because we damn sure ain't worried about Canada.
Yeah,
So
we,
so
we
so
have a far less sense of uh, community and general respect, love, what if you want to call it, love for each other as you just as a citizen of the states and countries. It's completely different than some of these European countries and other countries around the world that really look at their fellow man and woman as, you know, a brother or a sister. And here in America, you know, a lot of times we really don't care. So it's all about us as individuals. And so I want to feel safe, right?
absolutely.
And so if I have a 9 millimeter, you know, I'm trained, I know how to use it. I'm going to feel more safe, right? Than not. And so I would feel much more confident. Just again, my background, my training, and putting myself in their shoes. I know that's how they feel because I've talked to too many of them, and they're
Man,
probably right.
listen, I remember that old saying back in the day, you know, that the elders used to say, I'd rather have it and not need it than need it
Hmm.
and not have it. Like I understand that to a degree, but can you use that same mantra in Japan or Korea? You can't use those old sayings like it doesn't work. What reason would you need a firearm, much less an M4 or any assault style weapon in Korea when there's probably two gun murders a year, if that?
Yeah, you don't need it, but it's available. I want it, you know, and
But
that's
the
why. So
but why do you want it though? You've already said it. But the reason that you want it is because you're trying to put a buffer of security for yourself there. You're trying
yeah,
to put a but see the only reason that calls for concern is because other people have it. It's no different than nuclear weapons. Why
that's
why
true.
does why does the United States have nuclear weapons? Because I guarantee you, when nobody else had it, we really didn't need them. We used them to get Japan and Germany off of our back. Then after that, oh shit, other people started building them. Now we need more. But before that, we didn't need them. There was no need for it. If nobody else have it, you also don't need it yourself.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the risk as we see more gun violence and just more school shootings, I think that there's a large group of adults probably in my situation that are kind of on the fence, you know, and so there's more people that are going to get guns over time because they're going to be at some point I may be converted and I may go get my M4, right? I think there's probably millions of people that have been thinking about it and just haven't done it. So the likelihood that the numbers will go up just based off of that,
It's low.
you know,
It's low.
it's crazy
And,
too.
and see, I agree with that because part of the problem is that this discourse has not been taking place. This discourse has not been taking place. No, like this is something that's put off into the shadows, and it's like, okay, we'll let other people deal with that. We rather deal with affirmative action, racism, things like that. But some of this stuff right here is the reason why black people are killing them. Not killing. I don't want to say killing themselves because it sounds harsh. But this is the reason for a lot of gun violence in black communities is the access to it. It's the access to it.
Hey, Q, can I actually just add just a bit onto what you're saying?
Hey,
Because
please do,
it was
brother.
it
Please
was
do.
I think Magic Mike, you gave a great example about that level of comfortability, right? That sort of afforded with owning the firearm and being able to carry that firearm, but that comes at an expense to vulnerable communities. And I think Cube, you hit the nail on the head when you said that, right? It was like, okay, well, at what expense does this comfortability, like for instance, during the pandemic, I started to, sort of going out. I was walking around my community just to get exercise, right? usually I just go to the gym, but the gyms were closed. So of course you had to walk out and open and get your exercise and open. So it was like, hey, it's like, would it be great for me to, just have a firearm or something because, I'm in public, right? But if you think about it, I've lived in my community over 11 years, and I've had 0 instances of gun violence, right, or a murder that happened in my community. By what reason would I need to own a firearm, walking around, besides just having a level of comfortability and it's available for me to buy, right? So this level of comfortability that we have, that we would like, to afford ourselves, right, comes at the expense of these vulnerable communities, because we know, right, that the lower levels of gun ownership, right, reduce guns and stricter gun controls is going to reduce gun violence. That's what we know. We know that for a fact. We have the statistics on it and everything, right? But we choose not to do that. We choose not to do that because we want that comfortability. We want that to have that access, right? That access to the guns. So we look to other things, like for instance, okay, well, we don't want to reduce access to guns, or we don't want to enforce stricter gun controls. So what else do we look to, right? We look to things like, we say, the mental health things, right? Or access to illegal firearms. But the problem is that the access to illegal guns, mental health issues, poverty, gang related activity, drugs, all this stuff is at epidemic levels in vulnerable communities, which increases the level of gun violence, criminal gun violence in those communities. So those lax laws that afford us in these safe communities with our level of comfortability to own these guns is at the detriment to these vulnerable communities. And I think that's the piece that we don't see. The apathy towards those communities is what's lacking.
Yep, all valid points. Yeah, and I think that one comment Q made, I've never heard this argument, and I've never heard a politician from the left make I'm not saying you're a leftist, but generally those from the left are against, the Second Amendment the way it's being used now. But you mentioned that everyone wants, the Second Amendment, but you don't want to have the weapons in place that when the Second Amendment was enacted, right? And I think that's a very logical argument that I've never heard anyone use. So either I'm not paying attention, which I don't think that's the case, but I've never heard any of politicians use that argument. And it makes a lot of sense. Okay, we'll give everyone a musket. We'll give everyone 17th, 18th century weaponry that is an advocate of having firearms. That's
right.
good.
And that's the gun controls. And there's the whole idea of, okay, when you talk about regulation, gun regulation, right? A part of the regulation is, you say, okay, well, we don't want you to have automatic weapons, or we don't want you to have, large clips, those types of things. Those are some of the restrictions that people are against as well, right? The idea, what you just mentioned, Magic Mike, is sort of what you would consider a gun control law, right? Or a restrictive gun law, right? No, they're absolutely against that. The whole idea, the very idea.
Yeah, and they'll tell you in a minute, go to Japan or go to wherever this other European, what do they call it, Banana Republic? They'll tell you that go there.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I can walk out and mow my lawn without the fear of gun violence. I can go to the grocery store. I can do all my shopping, and there's virtually no violence in my community, right? I'm perfectly safe outside of in my head, right? I don't live in a vulnerable community, right? But the decisions that I make and the political things that I'm putting in place, right, are putting these vulnerable communities at risk, at higher risk. And I would even add this: you're taking away legislative or some of the power of those leaders in those vulnerable communities to protect the people that are at risk in those communities, right? How do they actually enforce, stricter gun controls or measures in the places where, okay, I've got a gang issue in a neighborhood. You've got, a mayor or whatever in a small town or rural town, somewhere where there's high levels of gun violence or gang activity, right? You're limiting their power as well to protect those vulnerable citizens because the easy access or those lackadaisical laws there. So, that's those are the things that I start to think about with the whole topic.
And I want to talk about something that somebody said in the chat. They were saying 504 top level says no gun, no hunting for some people. My question is, why are you attempting to hunt anyways? Why are you attempting to shoot game anyways? Like what's the reason for that? Are you trying to, go back into when, if you really want to go back into your hunter-gatherer days, do it how they did it. Get a bow and arrow. And don't get one of these fancy $5,000 bow and arrows. Get the ones how they made it, sticks and stones. Craft it that way. There is no need for any guns anywhere. It just isn't. I'm sorry. I can't just be like, well, what if you're living in the middle of Montana and there's nobody within a mile from you and you got a gun? No, you don't need a gun. And secondly, why are you attempting to harm animals just for pleasure? I'm sorry, I just don't agree with that. I just do not agree with that at all. Somebody else put in the chat that a Cube said take away all the guns. Yes, I agree. Take away all the guns. I don't see any reason for any person walking around other people with a firearm. There's never been a time to where I've been in public and seen a person open carrying and my level of security went up. It's never went up. It always goes down because now I got to keep my eye on this person who has this firearm. There's never been a time. And if somebody can feel that way, potentially, maybe. But I've never been in a situation, and I live in the South, to where people can open carry. I've never just been going to the corner store, see a dude with a gun on his hip, and I feel safe. I don't feel safe with another person with a gun on their hip. I don't know what type of mental issues that they may or may not be going through. I do not know that. I do not know that. So I've never felt safe. And this goes for schools too, because two-way activists, they like to say, well, if, they had guns in school. No. We saw what happened at Robb Elementary last year, and I want to play a portion of that. Because Chief X was attempting to tell me last night that, the police came and you don't just run into a place if you don't know where the gunman is. No, they knew where the gunman was. He was there for 30 minutes while this dude was slaughtering children and teachers. They were too goddamn scared to go in there. So having a firearm does not make you Captain America. It doesn't. It makes you a nigga with a gun. That's it. That's it. So I'm gonna pull up this video, and I'm gonna let you guys have it for a second because this video has to be played, yo. This video has to be played because I hate these arguments when they say these things. Oh, if teachers had guns, but then when I questioned Chief X last night, he wanted certain people to have guns, custodians, and come on, man, stop. If the principal had a gun, you mean to tell me that if the police officers were scared to go in there, you think the principal or the custodian is gonna go in there? No, that's not how this works. Just because you have a gun does not make you feel safer. You think it makes you feel safer, but it actually doesn't. It actually doesn't. So give me a second. I'm gonna pull up this video from Robb Elementary that happened last year. I believe it was May, and we're just gonna comb through a little bit of it just to show you the ineptitude displayed by the police officers with guns, with bulletproof vests, with shields, all of these things, and they still didn't go in. But you want to put the onus on teachers and other people in that school to have firearms to protect children. Stop it. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Let me pull up this video.
And Cube, you are technically right. You can hunt without a gun. It's called fishing.
And that's a dope answer, bro. I love that so much. He said, but see, they want to go out and kill bison and all this other kind of stuff. Listen, the Indians, the Native Americans, they done that for millennia.
Fish. Well, really, when you said that those people were hunting, really they were fishing. That's what they were doing. They weren't hiding.
Man, listen,
you had to be pretty bold and brave, right?
Man, listen, if you ate a bison or something like that, that was a treat. But most of the time, they were fishing and eating off of the earth, man. People got to stop this. Right. Like, they try to treat Native Americans like they were doing something out of the ordinary. No. But let me pull this up real quick. Give me 1 second. Go ahead and speak on it, y'all.
No, and I like the whole idea. I think Corey mentioned this yesterday, right? The whole idea that you buy a gun and you place it in your home is like, you're more likely to use that gun on yourself than use that gun on anybody else, right? And that's always, to me, I knew that statistic before I ever owned a gun, so that's always been a sobering statistic to me. Right, to make me okay. That's a very that's a serious thing, right? You're more likely to use that gun on your wife or yourself than anybody else. So you better think twice before you actually put that in your house.
Yeah, that's a fact, man. A lot of these stats, 2A supporters or gun enthusiasts, as I would like to call them, they really don't want to deal with the statistics, because once you bring up this wealth of information and data, they always revert to, I promise you, the only place that they're going to revert to is, well, it's my right. That's the only place that they scamper to, because there's nowhere else to go, because they cannot refute the data. There's nowhere to refute the data. And I want to say this, somebody put in the chat, they said, oh, Cube want everybody to be like John Wick and all of this. Well, what were niggas doing before they had guns? You got your ass whooped, you got up, the dude took your girl, and you went on living. Today, it emboldens people who get they butt whipped to now come back and murder someone, and also potentially harm their children, family, and other loved ones. Stop it. But I'm gonna show this real quick. Let me share my screen real quick. But if somebody got something to say real quick, go ahead.
No, yeah, and I would say it's almost like a form of begging the question as well. You say, okay, well, I want to own guns because it's my right. It's like, okay, well, yeah, that's not an argument.
Yeah. Why do you want to own it? Because I want to own it because it's my right. Yeah, it's circular. It's circular as hell.
Yeah,
it's circular, but it is what it is.
But
it's not incorrect.
That is the most circular statement.
It's illogical.
Hold on, that is the most circular statement that you can ever make.
It is what it is. It's illogical. That's sort of our point. Is that it's illogical?
It's a logical fallacy. It's a logical fallacy.
But it's truth.
But no, it's not though. Like,
I think that's our point.
Is it not legal? Is it not legal?
No, listen, it is legal, but it's circular.
It's not a reason to do it. Right? It's not a reason. When someone asks you why, because I can, that's not a reason.
Well, it's I can and I want to.
But that's what makes it. But that's what makes it circular, because every time I ask you, but why, and you keep saying because I can. But why? Because I can.
It's like saying, why does Jesus love you? Because the Bible tells me so.
There you go.
Same thing.
Yeah, there's no reason involved. It's just illogical. Like, you just parroting stuff.
Well, I
But
mean that song is saying, "I know Jesus loves me because the Bible tells me so."
no, does it
Thanks,
say that?
thanks for the
Yeah,
clarity.
Yes,
Thanks for the
Jesus
clarity.
loves
Jesus loves
me.
me. This I know, for the
But the
Bible
Bible
tells
tells.
me so.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Well, hold on. You actually don't know it. The Bible tells you so. You actually
but
don't know it.
you
You
know it
actually
through the eyes of faith. We're about to go down a
nah. We're not
crazy
going to
path.
do that. I'm an atheist, so yeah. We could definitely get into that. But nah, I want to
Ooh,
deal with
Lord.
this.
Hey, Cube. That's why I say that's why I hate analogies, because we always end up debating the analogy as opposed to the point, right? So yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, it
But
definitely
we
happens that way.
can't
Right.
discount what we're calling a circular, whatever the phraseology is. It's still, you
It's a
know,
logical fallacy, though. So if something is a logical fallacy, that makes it illogical, which means it has problems in reality.
yes, in a debate format for sure,
No, in
right? But
life, no, in life, brother. Like
in
in life,
life, yeah,
is
in
it is it
life, I
is it
want
is it
steak.
logic? Hold on, but is it logical to walk across the street when the sign across tells you not to?
No.
That's it's the same thing, brother. It causes problems in life when you do things that are not logical. That's all I'm saying, brother. I'm not trying to be funny with you, but
No, 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 no. I'll let you have it.
all right, so cool. So let me play this because damn, did chef give me the reins? I don't want the reins of the show. I just want to be a attendant like everybody else, an
No, yeah.
attendee.
Yeah,
Can
there's
can
some
can
others.
some can some others talk?
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. I just want to play this
Chief
video,
is on.
brother, and I would love to hear what you have to say. I'm not sure how much you heard of the show, but I would love to hear what you have to say. But I do want to play this portion first, if that's okay. All right. So, can you guys see this? Okay.
Yeah, tell us what this is again.
Okay. So this is the Uvalde shooting that happened last year at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas, to where this perpetrator murdered a bunch of children and students. So what I was trying to tell Chief X last night is that the police actually knew where this perpetrator was, and he was in that classroom murdering children. And what he responded to me with, well, no one goes into a place when they don't know exactly where the perpetrator is. But what I told him, I said, no, brother, they knew exactly where he was. And this video is a video to show that they knew exactly where the perpetrator was. So when we start here, this is approximately 11:30 in the morning. And as we go a little bit further, whoop, 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 we go a little bit further. So the police are now on the scene. This dude has slaughtered children at this point. So they know if you know anything about this case, damn, y'all can't see my arrow, can you? Damn. Okay, but
We
Yeah,
can
we
see
can
it. We
see
can
that.
see
We
the
can
arrow.
see it.
Yeah.
oh, okay, wonderful. So if you look right above this police officer's head, right here, that's running through that hallway right there, there's a classroom right there that he's in. He's actually in that classroom. So what's going to happen eventually is that they're all going to line up in this hallway. It's going to be about 20, 30 of them. So let's continue. So they know exactly, they know the room he's in. So they're all in here. There's going to be about 15 on one side and about 20 on this side, as you will see. They all have body armor. They all have their firearms, and they're terrified to go inside this room. But 2A supporters would tell you, no, let's give teachers, custodians, principals, and other people firearms. But we see right here that the police are scared to go in that motherfucker. Let's continue real quick. They're doing a bunch of useless talking. Imagine your son, your daughter is in this damn room. Now, I don't know if you guys are familiar with this case, but there was actually a police officer who his child was in this school. He he stopped what he was doing. He ran in this motherfucker. And you're gonna see him. I think this is the video to where he runs down the hallway. He says, fuck this. Excuse my language. I'm not trying to curse on this channel. He says, F this. I'm going in there.
Hey, Q,
Yes, sir.
There's I'm down here in Texas actually. There was it was a big lawsuit. There was a couple of police officers' kids. They went in that mug and got their kids, and then allowed the parents to get theirs. That's why it was a
Right.
big
Yes,
fuss going on.
yes. That's 100. I remember that too. You 100% right, brother. I
Wow.
remember that because they wasn't letting anybody in the building, but the police officers were allowed to go and get their kids.
Yep,
That
yep,
is
yep.
100%. I remember
Yep, yep,
that,
yep.
bro.
Can anybody else
Yeah.
talk for a second?
Hold on. I just want to finish just playing this video real quick. It's not even
Okay.
going to be long. I promise you.
Okay.
So what we see right here, if we look very carefully, we see approximately 3 coming through that entryway back there. And then if you look at my arrow, you see 1 right here, approximately 3. So then there's 1 right here that makes 4, 1 right here that's 5, 1 here that's 6, 7, 8, and then there's 1 that just fled off to your left. But let's continue. So we just see 8 right now. Let's continue. Look how many begin to convene on this hallway. They know exactly where he is. They know exactly where he is. He's in that door over to the left, right here where my arrow is. He's there, but they won't go in. For all of the 2A supporters that said, if I had a gun, I could do something.
Why won't they go in?
but
Because
Yeah.
they're scared. This is why. Because you know why they're scared? If the dude had a knife, if they call, oh, there's a guy who has a knife. You know what? They would come in, they
What are
would
they
kick.
scared of?
Hold on, brother. Let me finish. If they call, oh, there's a guy who has a knife and he just slashed 1 child and 1 teacher. You know what they would do? They would come through, they would kick down the goddamn door, and they would lay him down summarily, and it'll be over. But let's continue just a little bit. Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Hold on, just a little bit. Just a little bit. I promise you. Look at this. This dude right here at the bottom right. He has a shield. He has on body armor. He has a long gun. But what is he doing? He's staying back approximately 30 meters. He will not approach the door. Let's continue. Let's continue. Why are these people? Hold on. Look right here. Look. This is body cam footage. Look at all of these people in this doorway. Why won't they go in? It's sped up. I'm not speeding it up. They're speeding it up in the video. Why won't they go in? Look at all of these. Hold on, brother. Brother.
No, I'm not stopping you. I'm asking a question.
No.
Do you have a video of the shooter?
No, they actually do, but it's going to be blurred out.
No, I'm saying, no. I'm asking you. Do you have video captions like you have of the police?
Yes, but he's going to be blurred out. He's going to be blurred out.
Thanks. I'd like to see.
Yeah. So hold on. So okay, I'm not going to respond to that. All right, so let's continue. So we see all of these people. Let me slow it down. Give me a second.
So you do have video of the shooter, you're saying?
Hold on. Let me slow it down. So look at these people. All of these people that have convened in this hallway. Look at this. What is going on? Why wouldn't they just go in? Why wouldn't they just go in? They sat back and watched these children, excuse me, not watch, but heard these children get slaughtered until it took one man that just ran in the building and said to hell with it. He spotted them, he dotted them, and he got them up out of there. But we got 20, 30 officers in one hallway.
What are they doing now?
We got 20, 30 officers in one hallway that was scared to death to go in there. This is the aftermath to where the one officer, according to the reports and the body cam, one officer went in there, spotted them, dotted them, and got them up out of there. It wasn't like all these 30 officers ran through there, because we see that they did it. The majority of them, 99% of them, stood back, didn't do anything.
Okay, Q, can we talk now?
Brother, you just got here.
I'm asking a question.
Listen, brother, yes. Go ahead and feel free to speak. And you got it, brother. Like, you definitely got it.
Okay, thank you. Because this is a whole 15-minute presentation.
Okay.
I'm just saying, just slow down, Q, slow down. You've been just running your own personal narrative, trying to sway the audience to whatever you want the audience to believe. You know more than all the tactical police force in the world. I mean, I mean, like,
Hey,
are we
if
trying
you
to
give me
hold
2
on,
minutes, hold
Q?
on,
Hold on, Q.
no.
Hold
I'm
on,
trying to
Q.
tell you something. I'm trying to tell you something. If you give me 2 minutes, I'll be right back. But I'm still listening to you. If you ask me something, I may not be able to respond. So give me 2 minutes, I'll be right back.
I don't.
But I'm
We really
listening,
don't
brother.
need you. Really don't need you to respond.
No, I'm asking if you had to ask me something. But if you
I'm
don't,
not.
that's
I don't
cool.
have to ask you anything.
Wonderful, wonderful.
I got you. Okay, listen to what I'm telling you. You've been going on, giving us your narrative. You're the expert on police tactical decisions and why they move the way they move. I guess you're trying to tell us that the police wanted children slaughtered. This is what you're trying to make us believe, that the police sat back and wanted children slaughtered. I'm not falling for that, and we're not doing that to black folk tonight. Not if I can help it. The only reason I came on is because Chevron asked me to hit the link. I've been sitting back here just laughing to myself. You want us to believe that the police sat back and wanted everybody slaughtered. I'm not falling for that, Q. I'm not falling for another conspiracy nonsense. And you're not going to sit here and act like you're an expert in police tactics. This is why I was asking, do you have video of the shooter? You're showing us the police, and telling us the police is scared. And last night I said, why are they scared? You have no answer for this. I'm asking you, is a person with an AKA and a weapon a deterrent? And you're acting like a weapon isn't a deterrent. And this is just common sense that a weapon is a deterrent. I'm telling you, the police have a 9mm on their hip and nobody want to run up on the police because they see that weapon on their hip. A weapon is a deterrent. I'm not saying anything strange. So if this is a tactical situation and there's a mass shooter with an AK or whatever he has, and no one knows where a shooter exactly is, no police who wants to go home to their family and their kids is running into an open area where they can get gunned down by an idiot who's killing a bunch of people. Police know exactly what they're doing, okay? And this is a tactical situation, and you don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Hey,
We're not going to allow you to tell us that the police don't know what they're doing tactically.
hey, Chief.
And this is what they're trained in and what they've done for decades. This is not no new situation that just ever popped up.
Hey,
Police know what they're doing tactically is what I'm saying. And my point only is you don't know what's going on. And all this snow job you're doing, trying to tell the audience what the police job is and how you are some tactical expert is a bunch of bullshit.
Hey, Chief X.
Okay?
Chief
now,
X.
well, real quick, I'm going to finish up and say this last thing.
No, I got a question.
Okay, go ahead.
What city is this shooting was in?
I'm not incident?
Sure. Was that
the Uvalde? I think this is the Uvalde,
okay.
Texas.
All right, now, Chief X, do you recall the chief of the Uvalde police said that they had a tactical error?
No, I haven't looked into the situation.
So
but I do agree that everything in tactics and police work, and nobody's perfect. Mistakes and things happen.
Right.
But
So
I'm saying nobody had it. My point is nobody had an intent to make sure
I'm not
kids
talking
and
about
people
intent.
were slaughtered.
I'm not talking about intent. But do anybody else on here recall that the police administration said that they didn't do the right things in FARS-wise in handling this situation? Do anybody remember that?
And obviously it had to be because there was like a step down. I think was it the police chief?
Exactly.
Down.
It was
and
the whole force.
Fault, right?
The whole force got in trouble. Yeah, I'm actually putting a source in the whole investigation committee that went to the state, Texas State.
Yeah, they admitted culpability.
And this is why I don't necessarily like using this as a good example, right, because this is a bad example.
It's a bad example, Chief.
Yes.
That's not a hill.
What I'm saying,
but that's not a hill you should have picked. You could have picked
But
this
what you gotta
argument apart, but on this
Yeah.
one, they admitted culpability.
no, Chef. I'm not against that. Listen to what I'm telling you. What I'm saying, like even George Floyd situation is most situations that tragedy goes down, the police department admits that they could have done things different. Even George Floyd. I mean, so my point is, I understand that. I'm just saying, Cubes was trying to act like they had intention on making everyone get slaughtered. I'm trying to dispel that. That's all my point.
Let me dispel it. That was never my intention to say
Okay.
that they wanted children to get slaughtered. No, what I said is that they were scared to go in, which is evidenced by the video that I displayed. They were scared. You had 30 to 40 police officers that sat around, and what you tried to say is no one goes into an open area.
No. I said
Hold on,
let
me finish. I didn't cut you off. What you said was no one goes into an open area. It wasn't an open area. He was in a room murdering children. They didn't go into that room. Now, once again, like I said, if they had reports that there was a guy with a knife that came in and slashed the teacher and slashed the child, they would have came in there with guns blazing and laid him down with their firearms. But the reason that they didn't do it is because he also had a firearm, which means that they were scared. They wouldn't have been scared. Last thing, I promise. Last thing. They would not have been scared if he had a knife, if he had a shovel, if he had a baseball bat. They would not have been scared.
Right.
It was so bad. It was so bad. It was so bad that the parents tried to rush the building. The parents and the police, they said, yo, he's in there shooting fucking kids. Let my child is in that motherfucker. And they held fucking parents back while their kids was fucking slaughtered.
So what I'm saying is Cube is agreeing with my point unknowingly. If someone is scared,
I'm muting out.
That means listen, just listen. I'm making it plain. If someone is scared, they're scared because they don't want to die and get shot. That's why they're scared. You're saying this. I agree with you. This is why I said the deterrent scares people. That's nothing strange. That AK-47, whoever the shooter was with that weapon, scares people. Why? Like what? How is this not what I'm saying not correct?
Well, this is how what you're saying is not correct. Is because when you sign up for this particular type of duty, this is what you're putting on the line. But when you sign up for the armed forces, this is what you're putting on the line. You're saying that if I have to use my body as the conduit to stop this person from doing these things to other people, then I'm going to use my body. This is what you're signing up for. But for you to just sit here and deliberately say, oh, well, it wasn't that they were scared. He had a gun. No, they were scared. And this is why it came up. Bro, let me finish, brother.
Go ahead, calm down.
This is cool. This is why this department, this police department came under fire. Like Chef just said. This is why the chief said that there was a tactical error. What he really wanted to say is that we had a lot of men on our force who were afraid. And it's the last thing I'm going to add, the absolute last thing. This was a community of ethnically Mexican children and ethnically Mexican people. The majority was Mexican. And these police officers were majority Mexican, and they were still scared to go in there and save the Mexican community. So we can look at the same thing when it comes to black cops, white cops, or whatever. It shows that people are scared of people with guns. But once you separate people from guns, there is no way no one with a gun will be afraid to go in there and take down the perpetrator.
Well, let me say this.
So what you're saying is the topic is really about Second Amendment. We're just using an example of an incident that happened, right? You know what I mean? So we're trying to use an incident that happened in America, a mass shooting, as a point to say no. My point yesterday was it's extreme to say that nobody should even own a gun ever. Only thing I'm saying is that's an extreme statement, and people have their reasons and why they want to own a gun. So I'm not saying everybody has to have one, and everybody. I'm just saying that's an extreme stance to take. If a person wants to protect themselves and feel like they want to have one and feel comfortable, that's okay. But to take an extreme stance that no one should have guns is just too extreme to me. Is what I'm saying.
But hold on, but real quick, have you walked back that statement of this open area thing when I just showed you the footage that this perpetrator
No,
was actually in a room?
This is what I'm saying. Listen, what I'm saying. The topic is about Second Amendment rights.
No. I'm not talking about the topic. I'm talking about.
I know what you're saying. Let me answer. Slow down, bro. Slow down. I get it. I have great listening comprehension. This is my point. The topic is about Second Amendment rights and should people be able to have guns or not. I'm saying we're using a school shooting incident to try to make points if somebody's wrong or right. We basically agree they could have messed up in some tactics, okay? But it's not this is not the debate about did they fuck up or not in the school shooting. Who knows? I just told you I haven't studied it, even looked into it, so I'm not gonna even have that discussion. My main point is people should be able to carry a gun if they want to. This is my main thing. I'm not here to be an expert on what happened in the school shooting, or was everything upright and on point with the police. That's not my argument. I haven't studied that to even argue that.
Okay, but you have to understand. But hold on, last thing I want to say. This is an extension of the 2A argument, because what you have to understand is this is an extension. So are you willing to walk back the
police
statement?
tactics?
Hold on, brother. Hold on. I'm in the middle of asking you a question.
I want to be clear on what you're saying. Are you saying the police school shooting tactics is extension of our real conversation? Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm not talking about the tactics. What I'm saying is the school shooting is an extension. Hold on, listen, brother.
How did the shooter get the gun, Chief X?
Thank you. That's the point. It's an extension of the 2A.
Okay, this is why. Since the question was asked, this is my response.
No, you didn't hear my question. You didn't hear my question. My question was, are you willing to walk back?
No. I'm answering Sheffrin's question one at a time. Let me just answer Sheffrin's question, and then you can continue. Just slow down. He asked, how did the shooter get the gun? I already agree. And we all agree, if we calm down and listen to each other, we all agreed yesterday that people's ability to get gun and have gun ownership is way too lax. We agree with that, Sheffrin. People have to slow down. Yeah, certain people should never have had a gun or had access to a gun. Now, if they got a gun illegally, no one can control that.
Did that guy get the gun illegally?
I haven't looked into it. I don't even know.
He didn't.
But I agree that standards for allowing people to buy guns should be tighter and more strict. I agree to that.
Okay, so for most people who agree with the Second Amendment and pushes that, their whole thing is, the gun law should be more tighter. All right? So the question is, you say, well, crazy people get guns. They shouldn't be allowed to get guns. But who was the judge when somebody decides to go crazy? Right? When you apply for a gun, you might not be crazy at that point. But 6 months down the line, your ass can go crazy. So since we can't regulate that, shouldn't none of y'all have fucking guns? Because
I wish I had a bomb to drop on that one.
You saying today, bro, tomorrow you could go fucking crazy. I hope you don't. You feel me? But tomorrow you can go crazy. Right?
Yeah, there's what ifs. There's a lot of what ifs and this and things.
Right.
Nothing's perfect in life. Nothing is all black and white.
So people in the military, right? Under extreme stress, even people in the military and police officers, everybody got to go get psychological evaluations after a certain point in time in their job, under high pressure jobs, right? So your life, your personal life, what's going on between you and your wife, your family, your job, all of that. Y'all get to have guns. Nobody is regulating the pressures, right, of your personal life. You can go crazy at any time. Nobody is regulating that. That's why that gun ownership, for personal gun ownership, yo, we gotta be realistic. Your right to have a gun should not impede on my personal safety. Because you want to have a gun today, because you feel like you want to protect yourself, everybody can feel that way. And now your personal feelings is impeding on me and my family's fucking safety. And that's not right.
Not really, Chef Ron, because I'm gonna tell you something. If a person want to go crazy and harm somebody, he's gonna do that whether he has a gun or not. He'll do it with a knife, an axe, a bat, or whatever.
We can deal with him if he got a knife.
No, that's what I'm saying. If a person chooses to want to kill another person, it doesn't just have to be a gun. He'll do that regardless. So we can't blame the gun.
No, the amount of damage you can do with a gun is far greater. So if a person go crazy,
I agree, but
if a person go crazy in the school with a knife,
we're talking extreme examples,
but we
to make arguments.
No. So you're telling me that these mass shootings are extreme when we see them more and more regularly?
If a mass shooting happened every 2 years, that is considered a rare thing. That's
still too much.
No, it is, but it's just you're not gonna never stop people from killing people. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, but the value,
nothing you can implement to stop people from killing people in the world, whether it's a mass shooting or not. The hood niggas is gangbanging, and they've been killing people for decades, and nothing has stopped them. So you're not gonna stop killing no matter what you do or say.
I'm not talking about killing, so to say, right? I'm talking about the gun violence, killing with guns. You can do way more damage with a gun than you can a knife. I'm sorry. If a person go crazy with a kitchen knife,
all agree.
Right. If a person go crazy with a kitchen knife or a bat or anything else, a couple guys can take him down. If a person go crazy with a gun and run up in a school, we're seeing it more frequent in schools though. So even even that, like in Walmarts, right? It's been, I mean, just.
So what about knife ownership? Should we take knife ownership away?
No, we can. A knife. We use knives for cooking.
But I'm just saying, should we take knife ownership away? People being able to carry a knife outside their house.
The Second
Amendment. If you're not cooking,
the second.
You can't carry. We can't carry a switchblade.
No.
Or knife.
The Second Amendment is not about knives, right?
No, but I'm just asking a question. Just listen to what I'm saying. Should we take away knives because people stab people, killed people with knives also?
No, we shouldn't take away knives, right? But knives have dual purposes, right? Knife, we use knives for preparing our food, right?
Right.
Right. But what is a handgun used for? What is the only purpose?
Let me answer that question. Hey, Chef, let me answer that question because that's the truth.
I said a handgun.
Hold on, Chef. Let me answer that question. Let me answer that knife question. Hold on, real quick, Chef. Let me answer that knife question because that's a trick from these two-way gun enthusiasts. So what I need you to show me when you want to take away the knives, show me the mass knifings that's killed 28 kids in a school. Show me the mass knifings that went to Las Vegas and killed 30 people. Show me the mass knifings that has done it. The moment that you showed me, the moment that you showed me the mass knifings that's killed 30 people in a time span of a minute and a half, then yes, let's ban knives. But until then, stop the cap. It's all
Watch
cap.
this. There's been more people killed with a knife than more people than killed in a mass shooting.
Knock it off.
No, listen to what I'm telling you. There has been 100 times more deaths from stabbings than a gun in a mass shooting.
Okay,
That's
so if we go
back
to
your case, what you said has been debunked.
Okay, see, this is the game that these two-way gun enthusiasts like to play.
I stated a fact. Hold on. More people died from stabbings than people dying from mass shooting. That's a fact you got to deal with.
Okay, now watch this. Mass shootings is one thing, but this is how two things can be true at the same time. So yes, more people do die from stabbings than mass shootings, but show me people dying from knifings than from actual gun violence. Go.
You've been debunked, bro.
Brother, go. Show me.
That knife has killed more people than a gun in a mass shooting, period.
Brother, I'm gonna need you to answer. Brother, I'm gonna need you to answer my question.
And that debunks everything. Period.
Brother, can you answer my question? Because yes, two things can be true at the same time. Hold on, brother. Let me ask the question again because obviously you didn't get it. So let me ask you one more time. So yes, you may have more people dying from knife attacks than mass shootings, but can you show me more people dying from knife attacks than gun violence? Go.
Bro, that's not our point.
Yeah, you did on that. That's
no. Listen.
Can you answer my question?
No. Listen. Listen.
Are you able to answer the question?
I only made that point to counter the points you made. You cannot then make a third argument. I countered your argument. Period.
You actually didn't. I did.
Yeah, I did.
Because I harnessed what you said. But listen, I harnessed what you said, and I gave you something else.
My point was, should we take away knife ownership also?
Right.
How far do we go? My point was, how far do we go?
Right.
So since you done, so the argument went towards by mass shootings and this, but I had to let you know that there are more stabbing deaths than mass shooting deaths.
Right.
So my point is, should we also take away knives? How far do we go?
Okay, so look at what you're doing. I want you to understand what you're doing. What you're doing is you're comparing mass shootings to knifing deaths. I'm saying, okay, you're right. There are more knifing deaths. So what I want you to do next, subsequently, is to show me knifing deaths that happen more than gun deaths. Mass shooting. Hold on.
I'm not. That's a whole nother argument.
Whoa, brother.
That's a whole nother topic.
See, he's recognized.
No, I'm not. I'm being honest. That's a whole nother topic. We were talking about mass shootings.
It's a measure of
We were
degree,
talking about the police.
I think we understand both sides.
And we were talking about school and mass shootings. You're flipping it to something else now.
But you
try to win. You lost that argument.
Chief X, you have to allow him to flip it because you flipped it from guns to knives.
No,
right? Thank you.
Yeah. They're flipping back and forth in terms of the scenario, so we can understand it. Yeah,
right.
We never talked about knives, and you brought up knives. So since I never brought up knives, and you brought up knives, well, let me talk about the congruency between the mass shootings. Excuse me, the knifing deaths and actual gun deaths. Would you please expound on that? How many more occur with gun deaths versus knifing deaths? Well, can you please give us that information?
No,
I think it's a moot point at this point. I think it's a moot point.
Hey, let me jump in real quick while we got Sirius B on here and Chief X. Hey, both of y'all on here?
Yes, sir.
I'm here. Yep.
All right, cool. Get 2 minutes, y'all. 2 minutes. When do y'all want to set this up? What's a good day for y'all? Both of y'all.
You mean in terms of the quote unquote challenge, right? And I'm always up for a good challenge,
right?
and I think this was the challenge that that Chief X put out. I think the title of his video was Black Egypt Debunked, and a part of his challenge during the Black Egypt Debunk was, okay, show me one quote unquote Black indigenous population that's indigenous to North Africa, right?
North Africa, the Middle East, and Europe.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. All those population areas, right? So I was like, okay, well, all right, that sounds very difficult, right? It's like, okay, well, so I'm always up for a challenge, so I kind of delved into it, and I think I might have some interesting approaches to it, right? Actually, when we talk about, we're all, African Americans, it's like playing spades. I told Chef, just like you're playing spades, I think I got 4 books in my hand. I think I got 1 and 3 strong possibles, right?
sure you want to do this with Chief X, bro? I don't think
No,
you're
hold
gonna
on, hold
I
on.
last.
think
Let
I
us- let
got
us do
one.
it.
I
Cube,
think
let
I
us do
got
it.
one and 3 strong possibles, right?
Okay. Series B.
I know I got one.
Hey,
Let's see
Series
about the other.
B.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Series B.
Yep.
Question though.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to have this discussion now, but I do want you to admit though,
Mm-hmm.
so far, from whatever research you've done, which you may have found,
Okay.
and I'm always willing to correct myself or stand corrected because I'm a person of truth. I'm a sincere truth seeker. I'm not a faith seeker. So I'll change with the truth, right? But I do want you, can you at least admit that so far, besides a Nubian, everyone else has failed? Can you admit that?
Yeah, no, I don't think anybody has stepped up to the plate for the challenge.
Okay, gotcha.
You know,
Thanks.
and the Nubian piece, right? I will admit, right? We all talk about the Nubians, right?
But I
And
just want to be clear. For 2
yeah,
years since I challenged,
everyone has absolutely.
Okay.
Didn't the brother from
why
Sinetta step up, say
you know,
cool?
and that's why I'm interested in the conversation, because I don't think anyone really stepped up seriously
Okay.
to have that conversation, right?
Oh, somebody said real quick on Series B. Somebody said did Sekou step up? Yes, Sekou stepped up.
Maybe.
And he mentioned the taboo, and I had to show that the taboo are nomads, which means the people who don't have no homeland. Plus,
That's not in my 4. That's not in my 4 books.
No, I'm talking to the person who
Yeah,
just was challenging. And so,
Yeah.
and plus, they were Central Africans more so.
Okay. Yep. I think it will be an interesting conversation. And what I sort of mentioned to Chef, I said that, okay, well, let's get a panel together. You know, I still haven't really decided how I wanted to do it, right? And one of the ideas is, let's get a panel together. Like, for instance, I know Ngozi, he's one of the brothers that's really sort of versed on the said topic. Gullah, you know, of course, you know, this is your challenge, Chief. So you have to be on that panel. Corey, Chef, you know, and then let's go through, you know, my proposals, right? And then we let the people on the panel weigh in to say, okay, well, yes or no. You know what I mean? And then at the end of it, we'll see if the challenge was met or not. Because remember, Chief, I only have to find one, right? I only got to find one.
Let me say this and continue. Seriously.
Yep.
So when you say the statement is, I only have to find one. This is also why I need you to admit this is like kind of crazy. Like if I show 500 sub-Saharan African tribes and their name and all that,
right?
And then people can only find just one out of all them 4 or 5 different areas in North Africa. That's kind of a sad thing, though, right? You know what I'm saying? Like just one.
Oh, no, I hear you. I hear you.
But you agree to that?
But your challenge,
kind of like,
but your challenge was
no. I give you the challenge, but I'm just saying in the overall scheme of things. I'm just not trying to talk.
I hear what you're saying.
If they only can find one tribe, then that kind of like that's kind of a sad thing still.
Well, in terms of research, you're always limited by time, right? Because, you know, I got a day job and all this.
No, listen, I'm trying to
I get what you're saying.
It's okay to be honest.
I get what you're saying. I absolutely get what you're saying.
300 to 1 is kind of sad, but I'm saying it's a blowout. Come on, man. Just admit that.
All right, yo.
I hear you.
Look,
right?
We're going to set that up, yo. I want to really do it next week.
I hear you.
We're going to put our schedules together, right? And we're going to see what we can come up with. All right? Is that cool?
Man. I promise not to pull out my tiny violin, you know, for the population group that I really, really got. I don't know if you guys absolutely can't deny. You're going to look bad if you deny this population group.
All right.
So I'm just going to put that on the table right now. I'm going to bring out my tiny violin. You're gonna look crazy if you deny the human rights atrocities that's against these people, they're indigenous, you're
you
done.
tipping
you're
your
done.
hand now.
You're
You're
done.
tipping your hand.
Of course. We always got to kind of give it.
Listen,
All
if it's
right.
a smoker, if it's a gun, it's a gun.
Oh yeah.
Right. So I mean,
Who
ain't
is it?
nobody gotta be scared if he got a gun. Right.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Right. You can't do nothing with it.
Right.
Peace and power. Peace and power. Salute to the panel. I gotta jump in on
Power
this real
move.
quick
Power move.
because y'all saying a couple of I'm infatuated with guns on both sides
you
of it. That's
can't
why I
even
said
own
it's
it.
pros and
First
cons. I
off,
was a gunshot victim.
You can't even
I was
own
charged
it.
as an
busting
adult
in
when I was
like a
16.
madman. Chill.
My
chill,
bad.
Chill.
So
chill.
look,
You're gonna get your chance. Power moves. Don't make a power move just yet.
all right,
We
just
doing some
mentioned this.
promotions.
Okay. All right, my bad.
Congratulations, Chef, on your 1,000 with your 1,000 view stream there.
Yeah, appreciate
you know
that,
what?
Brandon.
I think you've been doing. I always say you're doing an outstanding job with the channel. Right. I love your topics. I love yours. Of course, I always love your monologues. I love Corey's monologues as well. Chief X, he's always interested in terms of his provocative topics that he's bringing to the community. Q, you're doing a great job tonight. This is something interesting. You're sort of schooling me on in terms of the gun rights and all this stuff right here. I'm not an expert on this, so I'm sort of learning there.
I'm a gun abolitionist.
Gun
brother.
abolitionist.
I do this, brother.
Abolitionist, right?
I do this.
Yeah, it shows, right? So
But
you're very.
seriously, let me just be real. Nope, none of these people except me follow the 2A community or study the self-protection.
I actually do though.
I'm saying, hold on, calm down. I follow these gun rights attorneys. I follow these attorneys. I do videos where I do gun reviews. I got at least 10 gun reviews on my page. So I'm into this. So I'm not biased. I will be honest about it, what people say and think. I'm not biased. So I don't want people to think I'm just saying because I'm some kind of 2A, right? No, I speak for both sides and be honest, just like I do in history. So anything I'm saying was some real stuff. It's not debatable.
And I want to say this, I'm gonna tell you, man, Sirius B versus Chief X, man, that's probably gonna do 2 or 3, 4,000 views. That's gonna be something super litty. But Q versus Chief, but Q versus Chief X on this gun debate,
I would never do it.
Oh, see, I said it. Hey, I said it in the chat. I said Chief X would never entertain it. I said it.
I said that. I know. I keep telling you why. You listen to what I'm telling you. Gun rights and people's feelings about it is personal feelings. This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is what I'm saying.
I disagree.
No, listen to what I'm saying. It is personal feelings. You feel some way about guns, and I feel some way about guns. It's not a right or wrong thing where debate is going to do any justice. It's just our opinions, right?
Yeah, and I agree with that. That's why I asked that line of question about how do you feel about X, Y, and Z earlier. It's really how you feel,
But hold on, but hold on. To be fair, brother, I hate to cut you off by saying this, but the reason why we feel what we feel, it's from the data. We look at the data, or sometimes we may observe things around us, and we look at the data, and this is why we operate the way that we do. So it is scientific, even though he wants to portray it like it's all a feelings and emotionally based thing. But in actuality, it's not.
They're individuals. They're individuals that are gun enthusiasts just because they like guns, the same way they like cars. There are people that like guns that have been completely insulated from what's going on as far as gun violence, and they don't even consider that at all. They just like guns.
But they would be part. But they would be part of the problem, though. Like, you're 100% correct. They just like the guns, but they would be part of the problem. And this is why it is. Hold on. This is why it is scientific. Even though you may have gun enthusiasts, yes, they are still a part of the problem, which I can back up scientifically with data to show that these people are the problem. Because if there had not been,
but that now I'm gonna flip it, because under that logic, and power moves 30 seconds here.
Okay.
Because car enthusiasts are part of the problem that lead to global warming, and we all ride automobiles.
Agreed.
Right?
Agreed.
So should we stop driving
Yes.
So,
Yes.
well, okay.
What the fuck?
I see.
Okay.
Cube is
Go
really
ahead, Power.
Cube is really stuck on his stance. He's not moving off his square. So when
No,
I
he's not
came in
moving.
on the conversation, it was I'm getting the videos to throw where police tactics went wrong. Okay, so the person that he was showing us in that was that person's mind state. So just like what you just said, if somebody's a car enthusiast and somebody takes a car and start ramming cars down the street just randomly, should people stop buying cars? So y'all looking at as far as the point as someone's mind state. The topic at hand is we have rights. I have a right to remain silent. I have a right to bear arms. So if I want to have a gun in my home for my protection, if I feel like I don't have an alarm if somebody breaks in, that is my alarm. But if I wanted to use something just out of a weapon, if I lost my mind, I can make weapons out of household products. So we're gonna stop selling dish liquid or something that I can make a fire and set you on fire. That's
Right.
that. So Cube,
What
I
is
get
the
what
gun
you're
for,
saying,
though?
but you
Power move.
can't box everybody in off.
But I
off
actually
of
can, though.
mass shootings. But I know that you are because you're gonna stand on your square.
But let me
just
show
say
what.
like if I love
Let him
pillows
talk.
and
He
I
just got on.
start
Let him,
knock people out with pillows, we're gonna stop making pillows. We can't police every little thing. The topic at hand, we have rights. I have a right to bear arms. Why you don't want to feel? Why you don't like my feeling for wanting to bear arms? That's on you. But I have a right. That's all I
Okay.
wanted to say.
Okay, now watch this. And that's all you wanted to say, which I hope that's not all you wanted to say, because I would prefer
I got more I can say.
Yeah, because I would prefer a discourse. Now, watch this. You brought up pillows, and this is the same exact scenario that I brought to Chief X, because he wants to talk about knivings, and I'm so glad you brought about the pillows. Okay, cool. People do get snuffed out, choked out by pillows. Now, can you show me people getting snuffed out and choked out by pillows at the same rate?
But
hold on, no. We can't do that. What you said is that people get snuffed out and choked out by pillows. So what I need you to do is to show me the rate that people get snuffed out and choked out by pillows, and I want you to put it beside the same people that are being murdered by guns.
I don't need.
answer that.
Oh my God,
need
you
to.
take
I
everything
don't need to.
literally, bro.
I
You take
don't need
everything
to because
literally,
it's my
Q.
right to have pillows.
Okay, see,
But
hold on. Hey,
It's
I
my
want y'all
right
to
to have a
understand.
pillow.
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
Where
Watch
is
this
it in
now.
the
You
Constitution?
standing
listen
on
to what I said.
You standing on a weak leg, but I get your stance
bro,
though. But
listen
you,
in the
you really don't have a
Constitution.
leg
Yeah,
to
let me-
stand
let me-
on.
Now watch it. Let me say this
No,
last.
let me ask you this. Let me ask you this,
No.
Q.
Last thing I'm gonna say, because I have to say this. I promise you. What I told y'all earlier, I said the only thing that they can ever revert to is this. It's my right. I said that. Now watch how every single one of them they will not.
And I'll stand on that.
No. You good, brother. You good. I respect you. You came up respectfully, and I appreciate that. But what I said was they all revert back to it's my right. They can never deal with the evidence, the numbers. They don't want to do with that. What I told y'all is that they're only gonna fall and fold and caterpillar back to it's my right. They can never deal with the evidence. Go.
So you can
so
go
now
on the
here's
mass
my
shootings
question.
and all that. I just want to say it's one thing. You can go. You can pull up all the data you want, scientific facts on how many shootings took place across the world and all that. And you can also pull up facts of how guns have actually helped people. Now, I'm not saying what the young lady did in Chicago. Chicago was a bad thing, but I mean, homegirl could have been dead, and her son saved her life with a gun. So that you can look at. I mean, you can flip the coin as many times as you want.
Hold on, I don't know how long you've been watching, but I debunked that already to show that the defense, the DGUs, the defense gun, like that shit is dead. I already debunked that. So I don't know how long you've been watching. But I debunked that already.
That was what I came in on when you showed the police video.
Yeah, that's
let me
cool.
Let me just say this. I'm gonna just say this one
Let me
sentence.
ask this, Chief.
Let me say this one sentence, Mac, and I'm done. Last night after the live stream, I sat up and watched my channel that I'm subscribed to. It's called Self Protection. I was going to do a video on 100 instances where people saved their lives from robbers and crooks and all kind of stuff. But I said it's not that serious. They're gonna just believe what they want to believe anyway. But so we can all do this confirmation bias thing. I can go right now to what I watch every day and show you 100 people saving their family's life and their own life from wicked people in the world.
Yeah. And why would these deaths from pillows or knives or screwdrivers need to equate from a numerical standpoint to violent crimes and deaths from guns in order for us to talk about banning them, similarly to how we talk about banning the weapons. Shouldn't any significant amount of deaths from these other devices be grounds for banning them along the banning or disallowing the pop? So you should take away knives and screwdrivers and pillows and all these. You see what I'm saying? Because we're saying, and like I said in the beginning, I'm in the middle, right? We're saying that since there is such a large number of this happening as a result of guns, then we should do something, right? Even though it's the people's right to have them. Well, even though there's a much smaller amount that's happening from other blunt force objects, if you will, right? Shouldn't we, address them as well? Because they're taking lives as well.
I agree.
What threshold do they need to reach? Is it half of what guns are doing? Three-fifths?
Let me tell you the threshold that they need to pass, because this is not saying that this is what you're attempting to do, but this is a two-way talking point. Now, the threshold that they need to pass is to be able to murder people, multiple people, efficiently in a small amount of time. So yes, bombs can do that. As someone mentioned in the chat, bombs can do it. But how many people would want to go to YouTube or whatever, to the back channels of the internet to try to figure out how to produce a bomb? No, they don't do that. They just go get themselves a gun, and then they just go murder people. This is how it happens. So if we started to see all of these knifings, all of these people being snuffed out by pillows, then we're going to have to make breathable pillows to where somebody can put it over your face and you can still breathe through it. This is what we would do. But there is no way to stop a person with a firearm from murdering you. When they've lost their damn mind, they lost their job, they lost their woman, they've lost their husband, there is no way to do it. So what we have to do is we have to look at the thing that's causing it. And the thing that's causing it is the gun. We can see right here.
But you don't know a person's intent when they purchase a gun, though. So you can make that. You can make that. Like I said, we can make that argument with a lot of different things.
But Chef told you approximately 20 minutes ago. He said, yes, when you go purchase a gun, you may take your son out, you may go shoot a few quail, shoot some turkeys, but then your wife cheats on you. Now you just murdered her with that gun.
See, that's something we can't keep making up these hypotheticals.
What I'm saying is
you can't stand on those hypotheticals.
The plurality of the event being a mass shooting should not necessarily outweigh the other deaths and violent crimes that are happening from a singular event, be it a knife, an axe, so on and so forth, if we all value life equally. So that threshold of it being plural in the incident, I don't know.
So let me ask you this question.
Hold on, Q. Let me just say this, Q, because you keep going and let some of the people talk. We just want to get a couple sentences in. Okay, so like for instance, there's a thing called the law of averages. Shit happens in the world. Nothing's perfect. There are people who can get vaccines, have a vaccine injury, which would be 1 out of 1 million people. Oh well, somebody's going to get harmed and get a vaccine injury. 1 out of 1 million people, but the whole thing is helping 1 million people. And then one may have a victim. It's the same thing. A mass shooting, 1 every 2 years, it's 45 million Black folk. I didn't even count the rest of the people. So you're talking about 1 billion people in the world, and you have a mass shooting once every 2 years. Just say once every year. I mean, shit fucking happens. Nothing's going to be, my point is, nothing is going to be perfect. There are going to be incidents of deaths, and to blame people being able to own a gun is ridiculous.
Okay.
Well, let's move it forward.
Hold on, real quick. Do you see your screen right now, Chief X? Do you see your screen? Because I'm sharing my screen. Do you see what I'm looking at right now? Yes or no?
I'm saying I can see it too.
Act like I made up something that wasn't real.
No, brother. I'm not interested in what you think I may have thought. That's not what
I just gave a great analogy that you just want to ignore. and you can't.
No, brother.
He definitely brushed it off.
No, brother. Like I agree with you. Yeah, things do happen. I agree with you. I don't think there's more we can say after that. What you want to meddle?
Well, why
but
is
listen,
it happening so frequently here?
but
Yeah,
But let me just say this real quick, and I'll let you go.
Is it tied to our gun laws? Why these mass shootings are happening so frequently here?
It has to be.
Is the rate of the gun violence in America, could that be linked to our gun laws? Are y'all serious? Are y'all acting like y'all can divorce those things?
I think the availability of the gun allows.
But hold on, but the availability
mental
is
health.
But the availability of guns is tied to the gun laws, and this is why I'm bringing this out. It says right here in England, Chief X. I hope you're looking at this because you don't want to blame guns and stuff like that, and that's cool. But watch this. In England and in Wales, and from 2021 to 2022, the police recorded 28 gun killings.
We're talking from an American's
brother.
Don't do this straw man argument.
Brother.
We talk about London.
Brother, hold on. Listen, but see, I'm only doing this to try to prep you for the massive number I'm about to give you. I'm about to give you a massive number. So in England, 2021 to 2022, there were only 28 gun killings. It didn't say murders. It didn't say defensive killings. It just said killings. So all of these things are encompassed because out of these 28, some people could have used their gun to defend themselves. Some of these people could have used their gun to defend themselves from whatever. But it's 28 gun killings, not gun murders. Not
Cuba. I want to ask you a question.
Let him finish. Let him
my bad.
All right, so now, and it says here, in England and Wales in 2021 and 2022, the police recorded 28 gun killings. Now, it also goes on to say, in the last decade, the highest number of gun murders was 40. So out of a 10-year period, from 2012 to 2022, the most they ever seen in a year was 40. The most they ever seen was 40. So now, when we begin to look at Black people, what we see is 12,000, over 12,400. This is over 12,400. And when we look at 2021, it was 15,540. Hold on, let me finish. Please let me finish, bro. Please let me finish. Please let me finish, bro.
You gotta let him get the numbers out.
Bro, you gotta let me finish, bro.
Don't minimize this point.
You gotta let me finish.
I wasn't stopping you. Calm down. I was just interjecting. I was just saying you do whole presentations when we just do a few sentences. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. I'm glad I can present a presentation. So now, what we see in the UK with their gun laws, they have 28, and the most they've ever saw was 40. And what we saw 2 years ago in 2021 was 15,500. Are you going to sit here and tell me that owning a gun for your safety is a good thing? When we see this happening, please explain yourself.
Yes.
We didn't even listen to it. Go ahead, bro.
I just wanted to ask you, because you're real strong in your stance, and no matter what either one of us say,
power move.
It don't matter how you spend it. He's gonna stand on it. So I just wanted to ask
him, he spend
was it something that
these numbers? Like,
no,
don't
but here's
brush
what I'm
that
saying.
off.
I can show you statistics with drunk drivers. The topic at hand was, do we have the right to bear arms? Now,
that's not the topic. That's not the topic, bro.
He's doing confirmation bias, Jeffrey. He's doing confirmation bias.
That's not the topic.
And doing all these extra arguments outside.
No, Cube, I just want to ask you this.
Cube, you have to be quiet and let other people talk. Just let this man talk right here.
Cube, I'm because you're strong with your stance. So I'm just wondering where that stems from. Like, were you a victim of gun violence? Did you have a family member, somebody? Because I could have that stance and not be a gun enthusiast. Like, coming up as a kid, growing up in the hood, we start out with cat guns, water guns.
That's a good answer.
We like guns. I play cops and cowboy. I'm 42 now. I'll be 43 this year. But when I was 16, I was charged as an adult in a crime involved in guns. Then caught another charge later on And at 20, I got caught in the crossfire and a 9mm bullet went straight through my face. But you can't tell. So if I wanted to stand on that, be like, man, F guns, I don't deal with guns. Even though I've been through a whole world of things with guns, I still stand on my square that, look, I have a right to bear arms. And now that when I was younger and I caught those charges, and now as an adult and I'm a changed man, and I'm like, okay, I just want a gun to protect my house. I don't want to go out to the club or, you know, something go down or whatever. Or I don't want to be out on the block or something. So now I had to jump through all these hoops to get it legally now.
Now
one
watch
way or
this.
another, I'm gonna stay strapped one way or another.
So now watch this. Let me answer your question, because your question was, where does it stem from? Did you ever get shot? Like all that,
right? Because you stand on.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you where it stems from, brother. Because I'm a single father of a 9-year-old daughter, and every single time I drop my daughter off to school, I'm fucking in fear that, because I seen the mass shootings that was going on and on and on. That scares the hell out of me, because one day, think about it. The parents in Uvalde, Texas, they were going to work. They were working Uber. They were doing what they was doing, and then they got a call. The last thing I want to do is get a call and say there's a goddamn shooting at your daughter's school, and then the only thing you could do is sit back and wait and hope that your child wasn't the child. This is when I stood up and said, hell no, to hell with this. Because you know what? A lot of these parents that stand up, they stand up because something has already happened. I don't want to be in that number to something that's happened to my child already. I want to be the nigga that's going to be proactive. And this is the fucking, excuse my language, this is the problem with the black community, is that we don't want to be proactive. We want to say, oh, that's white people stuff. That's white people stuff. No, get up, and stand out about this stuff. Because we see how, like I said earlier in the chat, we see how drugs ravaged our community. You don't want your daughter on crack. You don't want your son on mollies. But we saw what it did. But now we can look at the guns and we don't want to act like we don't see what it's doing to our community. I'm giving you the numbers. I'm giving you the stats. Why are we against this? This is never should be something that we're against.
No, and I'm not against that.
Why is it multiple?
No one's against that.
The U.S. is they're comfortable. The U.S. is comfortable with those numbers. Q. That's the problem.
It's multiple people on this panel.
We're comfortable with those numbers.
Exactly, but check this out, y'all.
Yeah,
you know how it was out of hand, right? Because there's multiple people on this panel who has been victim to gun violence. Multiple people on this panel right now, and there's only a few of us. And more than one person on this panel right now has been a victim of gun violence. And we're sitting here acting like it's not a fucking problem, yo. Like guns shouldn't be banned. Yes, them motherfuckers should be banned.
Okay, yeah. So let's play it forward. Let's push it forward. Let's push it forward.
Hold on. People that saying they were victim are letting you know they were into some bullshit, though, Chef.
So that's right. So all the dudes in the hood, yes, you should take the gun. They shouldn't have no access to guns. It should be super hard for them to get those guns. I'm just saying, if you have a right to bear arms, if every situation is not going to be the best situation with a baseball bat, a car, a knife, anything. So what you're saying, as far as the majority of the shootings that's happening, as far as these mass shootings, I believe there is an agenda. It is an agenda behind that. As far as these hood shootings, yes, that shit needs to stop.
Power moves. Think about it. The UK and Wales are whole countries, right? If they only have 40 killings with guns, and the totality of that kingdom, right? But Baltimore, Maryland alone, just Baltimore, right, had 360 murders last year.
You comparing apples to oranges. If I go to a nightclub and there's only 5 girls in there, and I end up smashing 3, but if I go to a club and 1,000 of them,
hold on,
a small city. If we compare,
them stats he's reading are skewed. Also, the UK has a lot of violence. He's reading.
No, we're talking about guns. We're talking about.
No, I understand, but what I'm saying, what he's reading is skewed compared to what we're talking
All right,
about.
so
It's a
all
little
right, how
mind
many
game.
thousand? Let me
Because
ask
they
you.
big on
UK
knife play
has
over
a
there.
lot
How
of
many?
financial.
But Chef,
Okay.
Knife play
see,
is
No,
big in
problem.
please
UK.
let me talk. Please let me talk.
Y'all can't steamroll
Please.
Chef's point.
Right.
Y'all got to
Go ahead,
stop.
Let's
Chef.
take away half of them then, Chief X. Let's say it's skewed. I'll take away 6,000 of them.
No, take away his whole article.
No.
It was a
I'm not
mind
doing
game.
that. I'm not doing that.
Well,
So you said
let me ask you this, Chef.
hold on.
Because
I'll
see-
take away
Okay.
That's what I said.
70%.
They're comfortable with the numbers.
Right. I'll
Again, the
take
U.S.
away-
population, they're comfortable with the numbers of killings that's happening.
Right.
No, I'm
we're
not.
comfortable with it.
I'm not.
Because if
Not at all.
y'all say, if y'all
You
saying
have to
that
be.
the numbers
You're not comfortable
skewed,
enough to
right?
to be on the
I'm not
side of
comfortable enough to say
restricting
just take
guns.
But
I'm not
serious B,
comfortable
you'd
saying
have
just
to
take
apply
guns
I don't
away,
that.
think
though.
we're saying
No,
that.
no.
I don't
You
think
would-
we're
but
saying
see,
because we're
you would
jumping
have
back
to-
from. But just I just wanted to add just a bit, right? Because again, I think we're jumping between extremes, right? We're saying, okay, well, take away all guns, right? Or we're saying, okay, well, should there be some stricter gun controls? Like for instance, we were talking about
Yes.
knives, right? Okay, well, you have knife. Well, let's go to the opposite extreme. What about in your right to bear arms? Do you have the right to own weapons of war? Right. We're talking about the M4s that Magic Mike.
I don't need all that.
Right.
No,
But
you shouldn't. You should not.
But right. Some 2A advocates say that no. If you restrict my right to own an M4 or an AK-47 or an extendo clip, that's a slippery slope, and you're gonna take away my 9mm as well.
And that's where I'm trying to go,
right?
Because are we willing to risk?
I don't think that we have that conversation, and that's the disingenuous piece, right? Because the ownership of that long rifle, that M4 or that AK-47 and that extendo, that impedes the ability, the effectiveness of the law enforcement as well, right? We talked about that. We talked about the tactical issues that happen in that school, right? The issues that happened in that school because that tactical effectiveness was impeded because that man had that long gun there, right?
Yeah,
I agree. They don't need those.
We don't have the right. We don't have the right to own grenades, right? And things of that nature. So we shouldn't have those rights. So where does it stop?
Man, these little kids in the hood got choppers. They got. Man,
you
they just
had
own
a weapon of war
I agree.
in an impoverished neighborhood.
I
right?
agree.
I agree. Just because a guy in the suburbs, or a wealthy guy that feels that his rights are being impeded on, and he doesn't want any type of gun restriction, he's doing that at the detriment of a vulnerable community that's impoverished, right? That has a gang issue, that has a drug issue, and it has an access to illegal gun issue as well. Right, all of those pieces, Yeah. I'm gonna finish out. All of those issues are in our vulnerable communities, are in our communities, right? And that lack of gun control there, right? It just escalates it. So
yeah, so you can't use.
Mike, I want to go ahead after you.
Yeah, you can't use any of the European countries or any of these other countries that never had a population base that had the per capita or by percentage as many guns as we have in present day, really the last 20, 30, 40 years. We have over 300 million guns or some, crazy estimate circling around, the country, legal and illegally, right? That was never the case in these other countries, right? So we're talking about banning guns, some process of having to turn guns that are currently out there in, or some law that says if you have it, you can't bring it outside of your home. Those other countries, to my knowledge, never had to deal with this. So once these laws go into effect, let's say, for instance, the law was you can't bring it outside of your home. You only can use it in, if someone tries to break in your home, or you can only use it in these protected hunting areas, somewhere in, some park to where whatever the laws were, you can't buy anymore. We're going to take away what we consider assault rifles. We're going to take away what we consider long clips, et cetera, et cetera. Are we willing to deal with the possible civil war that's going to lash out?
But hold on. But I have to say this to you, brother. The only reason that these other countries don't go through what we go through, and you're 100% right about that, and I get you on that. But the reason that these other countries don't go through what we go through is because they don't have this Second Amendment. That's why it needs to be eradicated. Because
but my point, my point is still the same. You can't really use their data and compare it to the United States. They were never in this situation.
But hold on, that's actually false. That's actually false, and I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why that's false. Because when we look at slavery, we can look at the amendment of slavery. We don't enslave people anymore.
So if we're talking about guns.
No, but brother, we're talking about a law that allows people to have guns. So we should be able to talk about a law that allows people to have slaves. So once let me finish, please.
Because I can go down that path.
Come on, please let me finish.
I could go down that path on the slavery argument too.
Hold on. Once we got rid of the ability of people to have slaves, there was a drop off precipitously of people having slaves. No different than if we changed the law of people having the ability to have guns, it would have the same effect. What are y'all talking about? Why are we sitting here cupcaking around this goddamn topic? If you take away the ability, according to the law, of people having the ability to have guns, the same way they had the ability to have slaves, it would drop off precipitously. What are we talking about?
But listen, in England and United States, they already had slaves.
Bro, listen.
Listen to me. My point is, comparatively speaking, these countries never had a population that had the same amount of guns that we currently have today.
Okay,
so listen to me. So when they enacted the restrictive laws to restrict future purchases,
it wasn't the amount of guns that we would have. I get you on that, bro.
Well, but you're
right about
part,
that, bro.
Right,
you're right.
So whatever is going to happen here is going to be completely different, because you're going to have to legislate not only the ability to get something.
Now watch this. Let me show you how you're incorrect. Let me show you how you're incorrect. Because when we look at hold on, no, stop. When we look at how many people, when we look at how many people who had slaves. Hold on, brother, you need to stop. So when we look at how many people who actually had slaves in the Americas.
No, we're not doing this. No.
I'm trying to make a point.
Let me just say this, and I'm going to drop off, Chef.
My bad. I thought you were done.
No,
I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to drop off, Chef. Great show, Chef. Great show, but listen. What you got to understand, Q, you're making a lot of great points, but and you're very passionate about it. But what you're trying, the result that you're trying to get to, is not going to come as a result of people that have this kind of one-sided, super passionate, emotionally charged. But I don't mean that in a negative way.
I'm so glad you said that.
This has to be a balanced conversation. People are going to just summarily dismiss your argument as being emotionally charged. This is a very intricate, delicate situation that's woven into the fabric and culture of this country.
I agree.
And for right or for wrong, right? And so I would challenge you to moderate your position, not your belief, but even in your presentation. If you're going to sway more people to your side, you're going to have to be willing to take a few steps closer to the middle. That's just my opinion.
And I want to say I actually agree with you, brother, because when we look at the moderation, if you will, when it came to slavery, it was a civil war that was caused behind it, and that's not what I want this to be. To where that we have to go within a civil war to try to eradicate this issue. So no, even though I may be a gun abolitionist, and if we were to juxtapose my position to actual slave abolitionists, there was a war that took place to try to rid America of that, and I do not want that. But there are other ways to do it, so I do appreciate your input when it comes to that.
Right.
All right. Peace, fellas.
My thing is,
peace, brother. Peace, brother. Thanks for coming on, man. I really do appreciate you.
Right. So my thing is, when we say things like nobody should have a gun, and I'm a gun abolitionist, You meaning nobody should have a gun for any reason.
Not
Well,
Hold on, let me finish. I'm not going to be long. I haven't even made my point yet. Slow down. When you say you're a gun abolitionist, meaning abolish people from having guns. I'm not saying anything crazy. Okay. These are extreme stances. A chef friend said nobody should be able to have a gun. We shouldn't even be able to buy guns. Nobody should have guns. Okay. And I even heard earlier that, like, when he was saying sometimes you have to come to the middle, bend a little bit. People are just arguing to try to win and not even using any common sense. Earlier, you was saying that people can't even be able to hunt. You can't even go outside and feed your family and kill a wild boar and own a gun to kill a wild boar. You can't own a gun so you can shoot some deer and feed your family for the entire winter. What happened to us where we just can't bend and think any kind of way logically? To say nobody should have a gun for any reason is extreme. And at this point in the discussion, somebody should be able to bend a little bit. Say, you know what? I didn't think about all that. You know what? There are certain reasons we should be able to have a gun. I know people who are in families who live in Alaska. They live in bear country. They're scared of a bear killing them. So they might want to buy a 44 Magnum to protect themselves against a fucking black bear. So my point is, saying gun ownership should not be allowed is an extreme stance without any intricacies involved in having an adult conversation along with it. You can bend a little bit and say, you know what, I'm not just a total abolitionist. There are some reasons why people should have guns. That's all I wanted to say.
all right. So now, if we look at some of these other places, like we look at the United States, and we go all the way to the left, and I hope you guys can you guys see my screen?
Hey, we can, man, but you're gonna hopefully you ain't gonna go too long, are you, brother?
No. I'm not gonna go long actually. So we can see Singapore, Japan, Korea, UK, the Netherlands, Australia, so forth and so on. So what we see in the United States is this overwhelming dependency on guns. We see a dependency. So when Chief X says, "Well, what about the people that live here and live there?" These are not the people that are murdering each other. It's not the person that lives in North Southwest Dakota that's doing it. I showed you, brother. Let me finish. Let me finish, brother. Let me finish because you're wrong.
Right, but just be clear,
brother,
gun advocates
brother,
are not
let me
murdering
finish.
people.
Brother,
Criminals are.
Bro, let me finish because you're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong.
Brother, you're entirely wrong
Nobody
on
that
everything that you're
shot up
saying.
a school was a
Bro,
two-way
let me
advocate.
finish. Bro, let me finish because you're wrong. What happens is the two-way advocates are the conduit that allows these people to have these guns.
All right,
yes, you're wrong again.
Hold on. Let me say this. The reason why I'm giving Cube a little more brevity with his answers, because he's the only one who's actually pulling up stats, right? So he got data points that we actually can look at, other than just arguing from the hip. Go ahead, Cube.
Right, and I appreciate that. So
now,
we
if
look
anybody else wanted to pull up their stats, you actually
wonderful.
can go longer because you'll be able to actually read from something and explain it. You know what I mean? So
yeah, and like I said from the beginning, man, if you come on here, if you want to, bring something to the table that maybe I'm unaware about, you could potentially change my opinion. I'm not a hard atheist to where like you can't show me that there's a God. I'm not hard on any topic. I'm standing where I'm standing, but I'm waiting on evidence to show me otherwise. So when we look at places like Norway, when we look at places like Switzerland, Canada, they have bear country everywhere. But why, when it comes to the US, it's 10 times more than anywhere else? You mean to tell me there's not places in Japan or Korea or Singapore or the Netherlands so where they have these wild animals? Yes, they do. Hold on, let me finish.
I'm getting out of here. I'm just trying to say peace out. I gotta get out. Y'all enjoy your evening.
Peace. Peace.
Peace to you, brother. And I would get the fuck out of here too, because this is not something that you could ever debate. And this is why the brother said, no, I'm not going to debate Cube on this, because there is no gun enthusiast that will ever debate me on this topic, because they see they see the evidence. It would be it would be wrong. Like these people who are gun enthusiasts who cosplay as Second Amendment, they would never have this debate. They would never have this
Land
debate.
the plane, bro. Come on, man.
You said what?
Man, you playing, man.
Oh, okay. Well, go ahead, brother. I apologize.
It's Thunder, man.
Oh, that's Thunder. What's good, brother? Peace to
How you
you.
doing, buddy?
Yeah,
Thunder,
you
what's
obviously
up,
hadn't
Thunder?
heard the entirety of the show, so that's why you're saying that. But go ahead.
All right. This is what we got, bro. The Second Amendment. Second Amendment, from what I'm hearing you all, the angle you're using is that taking away guns would, I guess, save lives, right? That's fine.
That's
If
a
that's
fact.
the route. Yeah, no problem. I remember back in, let's just look at, I kind of look at some kind of gory videos, and this is when ISIS first came out. ISIS first came out, they would do these glorified productions in which they would massacre mass amounts of people. And one in particular I saw was one guy with a pistol, one pistol, and there's probably about 200 to 300 men lined up. They were near I would just say the dock of the bay, right? It was like a river, and it was on a dock. And one by one, the guy lined them up, shot them in the head, threw them in the river. The next person shot him in the head, threw him in the river. I also remember a African warlord. I saw this video, and what the guy did was he was a general or something like that. What with Boko Haram? He came in this village. They was on a jeep, probably about 10 of them. Came to a village, made probably 30 people lay down on the ground because they didn't have the tax money to give them protection. Made them lie down on the ground, shot them 2 times in the back. And they could not do anything to stop that. When you look at the Second Amendment, the Second Amendment was pretty much the child of fearing what England could do to us without firearms. It also was the child of fearing what a government could do to its people if the people had no firearms. When you look at modern day North Korea, when you look at modern day China, how they are ruled with an iron fist. When you look at early, let's just say the Jews, the Holocaust. Imagine if those Jews were on. How many of those Jews, 6 million Jews, would be alive? What would be the chances of them being alive compared to them being unarmed, marched into silos and different little quote unquote showers and gassed to death, shot to death with no defense. The Second Amendment is to protect us. It's for us to have, partially, is for us to have a fighting chance against a tyrannical government. That was the original. That was the original design. I guess that was the purpose.
Historical context. You giving the historical context to it.
That was the purpose of it. And of course, it's not just historical, Brendan. Again, I've given probably about 4 or 5 modern examples of why it is necessary. Nothing could protect us from the police, from the Army, from the Navy, from the Marines, from the Air Force, from their tyranny if we were unarmed. One thing that keeps them at bay, at least partially, is the fact that they can get shot too. There was probably about 10 years ago, the government was trying to do a land grab on these guys over on the West Coast somewhere, white guys. And the FBI popped up and was, trying to take these people land. And of course, those people had firearms. And long story short, the land was not taken. So it's to, I understand what you're saying.
You muffled, Thunder.
I'm sorry, if that's the only argument you want to make, that's great. But unfortunately for your argument, there are many, many other arguments that I think that hopefully I've given to make you all second guess unarming a people. North Korea show is a great example. China is a great example of what it looks like in modern day times
Nazi
to be
Germany.
an unarmed citizenry. And
you mentioned a good one, Nazi Germany.
Nazi Germany. It's a great.
Disarming Jews. 10 years prior to, the mass killing started. I think in 1933.
There you go.
Yeah, they started, banning Jews from having licenses to bear arms. They actually 1935, I think, they passed the I think it's called the Volkswagen Dargen or some shit like that. Y'all could look it up.
Right.
And that was where they went from house to house in Jewish communities, actually taking their weapons from them. But go ahead.
Right. So unarmed citizenry is the greatest threat to a government. I'm sorry, not the greatest threat. Unarmed citizenry is what the government wants. That would be extremely likable in their case, and that's why it was implemented. Because if you trust the government to not be tyrannical, if you look at what happened during COVID, how we had rounded up and all kind of curfews and et cetera, et cetera. These are just things. These are just the tip of the iceberg, and there's only so much you can do, and only so much you can take as a citizen before somebody gonna pick up arms. And I'm reading here that the Second Amendment, of course, a huge part of it was. And it's the Wikipedia, if y'all want to pull it up. It's a huge part of it was I guess involved in slavery, and how they were afraid to give Black people arms. One of the biggest reasons why we were not considered citizens is because if we were, then they knew that the Constitution would give us the right to bear arms. So it's a lot of things you all are leaving out, and I get it for the sake of the argument, and I'm cool with it, no problem. But there are a lot of. I wouldn't debate Cube on it. I think I presented a good enough case in which it's just not worthy of a debate. I think he made some great points with and you, Chef, made great points. But the bigger picture, I believe, is the prevention of tyranny amongst the citizenry of this country, which, in my opinion, that I mean, look at Canada. Canada, they're having some sort of, they don't even have free speech in Canada. They don't have free speech in Europe. It's a lot of stuff going on, man, where tyranny, government tyranny, can run rampant. We got a little piece of it during COVID. My thing is, these white people out here, they recognize this stuff. And that's why when things like that go down, you usually see firearm sales do what? Skyrocket. Because they know at any point in time, it can go down. Where they can do a martial law type of deal and have a National Guard patrolling our streets. And just make us helpless to their tyranny. Anything they want to do, they can do it, and then we can do about it. Nobody
can I add? Can I add though?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm done.
In terms of your point, and this, I think it's somewhat of a weak argument, and here's the reason why. And you mentioned tyranny, multiple times, and I think we use the word tyranny very loosely. In terms of, in the recent history in the U.S., right? We don't have a recent history of armed conflict and political instability. We just don't see that today. I can understand, maybe back in the very infancy or the very beginning of the republic, where that risk or that potential was there, but we're a very mature society today, and we're just not faced with that risk today.
Okay, Brent, there's a phrase it's 3 words: peace through strength. I want you to really reconsider what you just said.
Yeah, right? I understand it. Yeah,
I want you to reconsider what you're saying.
Very familiar with it, right?
You're not going to have police running.
Very familiar.
You're not going to have police running rounds at least Baltimore, Stone Mountain,
right? And
a lot of places.
And just to say again, right? You said that we had a taste of tyranny during the pandemic. Yes, I don't know what taste of tyranny that we had. But again, that seems to be for me, and we talked about this throughout. We talked about
let me explain it then.
No, and we talked about this sort of throughout the night, right? Is in terms of these talking points get used, right? As if these are realities that we're faced with, when I don't necessarily believe that that's the case, right? Well, I don't believe that I'm faced on a daily basis with the potential of political instability and armed conflict in the U.S., to the point where I need a weapon of war in my house.
Yeah, no problem. So if when those people, right, when they were rioting, and looting, when George Floyd was murdered, and the riots that occurred, most of those riots were void of police. Most of those riots were void of police.
No police were there. I saw police in a lot of those places. Basically containing the violence there.
Hey, Brandon, when they was burning down that police station, you saw police out there. When they got
that's an example where they got overwhelmed. They had to back out. Right. So they repositioned.
They got overwhelmed.
Right. Okay, yeah, they repositioned. They repositioned.
Hey, Brandon,
right?
let me roll, brother. If you're saying they overwhelmed the police to the point that police did not interfere with what they wanted to do.
No, tactically, the police decided to pull back.
Yeah, they did it
because they
yeah,
didn't
yeah
wanna
they
hurt-
they could have they could have
Thunder,
squelched
they
it.
didn't want to hurt the
Right,
people.
but
Hey,
they
Brandon,
would
that's
rather
not-
they would rather
I don't want
because
to.
they
Yeah, that ain't the point.
they would rather
None of that is the
lose
point.
that station than
None
to
of that
basically
is
kill
the
all the
point.
people that were there.
None of that is the point.
Right.
The point is,
No, it sort of is the point.
They
right?
could have
So
held
we're
it
talking
down.
about.
They could have saved the police station, but
If
they
they
chose
wanted.
human life
let me ask you a question, Brandon.
over the police station.
Mhm.
If those police armed were to open fire into that crowd, could they have killed everybody out there?
But potentially, but I don't think we're having a discussion regarding armed police. We're talking about I think at least for me, yes, I think the police should be armed. Right. I think we're having a conversation in terms of the degree of which gun
Hey,
ownership.
Brandon, you're making now. You're saying the police should be on. You're doing too much, Brandon.
I know. I'm being nuanced.
If the police were to open fire on that crowd to disperse it, what would be the recourse that citizenry could have taken if they were unarmed? That's the question.
If they were armed, it would have been the same thing. You're like, what?
No, it is not.
So are you? I'm kind of confused, right? In terms of, are we saying that the recourse of the citizenry should be to engage in armed conflict with their local police forces? That's the reason why we should bear arms to do that. That's why.
I don't know if do you understand what the word tyranny means, Brandon?
No,
we're not faced with tyranny on a daily basis. That's what I'm. Again, we're jumping to these extremes. These extremes of tyranny. I don't feel like I'm.
So you don't believe
faced.
You don't believe it's possible.
No. Hey, Brent. Hey, Thunder. I will say this: when y'all use y'all words and y'all ask whether I understand it or not, I don't know if I understand it the way that you understand it.
No problem.
So you define it.
That's
fine. That's great. No problem. Let's see.
So we're talking about a tyrannical government. Tyranny is a tyrannical government, not a police pointing a gun at you, right? No, that's a police force behaving badly. We're talking tyranny,
right?
That is tied to a governmental force.
And you're saying that the police are not a government. Brendan, you're doing a bad job, man. And
I think I'm doing a great job.
If you stop, man, it'll be easy.
Go ahead.
You're saying that the police is not a part of the government.
we're being. I think a lot of these arguments are very demonstrative. We use these scary words like tyranny, right? It was like, okay, well, I'm not faced with tyranny on a daily basis. What are we doing?
Like it ain't a possibility. That's cool. That's good. Keep doing your do. All right. So tyranny is cruel and oppressive government or rule. That is tyranny.
Is that the are we faced with that today?
Okay, good. Now, since I think I visited the COVID times, I think most people would clearly say that what Fauci was doing
was tyranny.
The CDC.
Jeez.
My God.
What? Say it again.
The government trying to save our lives. Y'all will equate that to tyranny.
You
don't believe that's tyranny?
The craziest thing ever, Chef. It's the craziest thing.
So let's read what tyranny is.
Hey, all right, so hold on. Let me pose it like this. All right.
I am a tyrant.
Right.
You guys haven't ever seen a tyrant one day in your life in the U.S.
Check it out.
No, I agree.
Why
is that?
Thunder, you about to go into your workplace, right?
Hold on, let's get to what he just said.
No, hold on.
All right.
You about to go into your workplace, right?
Yes.
Because you got to make your money to pay your bills, right?
Yes.
But you don't believe there's a toxic agent in that building. You don't believe it. You and your coworkers don't believe it. So,
man, let's not make this a COVID.
No, you brought it up.
Yeah, but I'm
so
not bringing up
hold
in
on.
to talk about COVID.
You brought it up.
I'm talking about the citizenry being forced to do something that they didn't want to do. That's what I'm talking about.
Let me make the analogy.
All right.
Your paycheck is predicated on you working in that building, right? Before we told you that it was a toxic agent, right, airborne agent in that building, you had freedom to go in that building and make your money. The moment I make you aware that there's a toxic airborne agent in that building, right, and I tell you you can't go in there for your own safety, right, you start talking about tyranny. I hold you down, right, and stop you from going in that building, and then you call that oppressive. That's what the government was doing for your safety. And you will equate that, right? You would equate that to fucking tyranny. I cannot have these type of conversations. I cannot have these type of Thunder, you're smarter than that, yo.
See, now we finna make it a COVID dog chef. You're doing it disservice to the conversation. You're doing the disservice at this point, brother.
You brought it up.
That is not my opinion. I got vaccinated. I'm talking about what some people in this country.
I'm not worried about idiots.
That the U.S. government overstepped its bound when it came to COVID.
And
that is a fact. What are we arguing about?
And not to the point where the U.S. government became a tyrannical government.
To save
Absolutely
your life.
not. It's a degree to everything.
Hey, Brendan, but they should get more tyrannical now and take guns away from these niggas. I'm with it. Good,
no problem. See, now we can mess the whole conversation up. I mean, come on, man. What are y'all doing, bro?
Hey, Thunder. But I will say, during the COVID thing, Brendan, you can tell them, I said the government should hold niggas down and give them.
Yeah, you did say that.
You see what I'm saying?
Kicking that door.
That ain't tyrannical.
No, I'm with it. I'm with all of that because
that ain't tyrannical.
No, because when you give,
I'm not saying that you agree with it. You're saying that's not tyrannical, right?
Hey, Thunder, you down south.
Chef,
you down
is
south.
That tyrannical?
Yes,
Stop,
I'm with it. Listen, because you down
south.
No,
I don't want to listen. I'm asking you, is it tyrannical?
There is a precedence that has happened.
Right. And my grandmother used to
in the U.S.
I'm asking you, if they would have grabbed the people, went door to door, pulled them out their joint, grabbed the needle, shoved it in their right arm, pressed that button down.
I was.
Would that have been? Would you consider that tyrannical? Yes or no?
Forced vaccinations.
It's called vaccination.
I said yes or no.
No. But
all
you
right,
call it
now,
forced vaccinations.
Now, most people, not most, some people,
but that's not what happened.
Sheffrin, would disagree with you, man.
I know.
That's all I'm saying.
Because I'm being facetious.
Some people would disagree.
I'm doing it on purpose.
But that's not what happened, though. But that's not what happened.
No,
there were no forced vaccinations. I think Chef did that deliberately. He took it to the extreme, and let's break you back to what actually happened.
No, I don't want to talk about this.
None of that actually happened.
The Second Amendment, man.
Right, but this goes to the whole idea of tyranny. We're talking about this in our minds. We have this weird idea that we're suspect to this tyrannical government, this potential of political unrest and social and conflict at any given point. And I think it's overblown, it's overstated, and
that's why Brendan.
At some point, it could be rooted in either paranoia or conspiracy theory.
But
now
that's what I think is what I think is rooted.
Now you're saying
a lot of it is rooted in that
conspiracy theory.
No, all of this happened before the riots. Before then, we had the same gun problem. Let's stop. We had the same gun problem. Let's forget about the riots during the COVID. We had the same problem. We had the same problem before then. We can't equate what's happening here to that. because we
not.
had the
I
same
am
problem.
talking about
We had the same problem prior.
A rampant amount of
Before
people in
COVID,
the
we had the same gun problem.
in
We had the same problem.
In a lawless society. We would not stand a chance unarmed. Those people could have. It was thousands of people in the streets. They could have went door to door.
Armed citizenry didn't stop it. Whatever happened during that, armed citizenry didn't stop
Brandon,
it. And
and
the issue was here before.
They're scared to get shot. Then that's something that's on. I can't have that conversation with you, Brandon.
Hold on.
Man, I thought I was going to be able
people? Hold on. You say that people don't rob people because they aren't scared of getting shot?
No, I said the reason why. Okay, let's do it again. We had thousands of people in the streets going. What if those people, just doing this blowing stuff up, whatever, all this stuff, setting things on fire, etc., etc. The police are not interjecting at all.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's doing anything to stop these people.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, we dealt with a moment in time in which this country was pretty much lawless. What's going on in California right now? The people it's pretty much a lawless city. The people can do what they want. They can go and steal everything they want to do. They can do it. So imagine if you got thousands of people in the streets going door to door, robbing, raping, pillaging. Nobody's stopping them. I am saying. What?
Well,
this is a hypothetical. Here's the point that I think that I'm trying to make. Right. Everything that you're explaining right now, everything that happened in those riots, everything that happened during COVID, it happened within the U.S. and we're the most armed citizenry on the planet.
Yes.
And it still happened.
Yes.
It didn't prevent it from happening.
Hold up, Thunder. Hold up, Thunder.
What are we talking about?
Thunder.
All
man,
those guns that we got didn't prevent it.
Hold up.
No, man. They were listen, man.
You guys got to stop. You guys got to stop.
They were robbing stores.
It didn't prevent any of that.
Now at this point, you're being disingenuous. I said the point was, what if those people, instead of robbing stores, Target, Walmart, instead of throwing bricks through CNN, instead of going to the Georgia Dome, instead of marching these streets, what if that lawless citizenry went door to door, raping, robbing, pillaging? What would be the recourse for us to stop that? That's the point, man. There is no recourse. There is nothing that we can do to stop it.
Don't respond.
There again, we're talking about mass, civil unrest. Okay. It was a mass civil unrest, and of course, yes, you would have governmental collapse,
civil unrest,
right?
Brandon?
And you wouldn't, you know what? It wouldn't matter who was armed at that point. You would have a massive collapse if everybody everyone in the U.S. took arms against each other. Yes, the government would collapse.
Hey, yes. Brendan, did we have a mass civil unrest in this country lately?
When?
Don't worry about it. Hey, who else want to talk?
Yeah.
So we're talking about mass civil unrest.
Hold up, Brandon.
Hold on.
You good, Brandon?
Have we had mass civil unrest?
Don't worry about it.
That's the point. That's the point, Brandon.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I thought I was going to be able to just kind of chill out and go to bed, but I kept listening, and your conversation was so good. So what Thunder is basically saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the ability for us to have weapons, the citizenry having the weapons, is preventing to some degree that tyranny from happening. So you're not seeing a level of Nazi Germany tyranny. Mm-hmm. You're not seeing what happened in Russia, other places, because but that's not the point. Whether you agree, that's his point. His point is that advocates.
We're not a banana republic because the citizens have guns.
Oh
we
boy,
disagree.
you
Listen,
all right?
no,
don't
listen to
agree.
me.
I do
Don't
agree.
diminish.
Hey,
But
Brandon,
see, that's the
what's
problem.
stopping the government from what's stopping us from being a banana republic? Tell me. Go ahead.
For one, we have a very stable economy.
An armed
For one, we
citizenry,
have a
what
very
is it?
stable and working economy.
A stable and working economy?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
That's
cool.
that's
So when we
probably
had
the
the
biggest
recession,
thing,
right? When everybody
because
was laid off,
because
when we
generally
had,
we're
hey,
considered
Brandon,
we're very
when we
rich
had
here in
that
the U.S.
recession
Yeah,
about
I don't know
2 years
about
ago,
all of that.
when we
All
had
right.
that recession 2-3 years ago, right? When we had what was the unemployment? Well, 8-9% unemployment. We had a recession. All this stuff was happening. You saying that
Even that we have a
we've
social
been
safety net. Even with that, we have a social safety net.
we have a social. What was the social
Yes.
safety net? What was?
Well,
That's not the point.
most people haven't
Yeah, see,
been relegated
no,
to
That's
whoever
the
not
just
the
said
streets.
point.
that understand what I've been going
That's
through
not
for the last
the
15
point.
years.
See, the
They've
point,
been
listen,
sending me
hold on.
all over everywhere.
But see, the point is, for the first maybe hour or so,
The
Brandon, we
point
focused
is
on
that we have
Brandon.
stability.
Brandon, chill out.
Go ahead,
No,
go ahead,
the
go
point
ahead.
is that we've been focusing on the ability to have guns, Second Amendment, from a safety standpoint, right?
Mm-hmm.
What Thunder is bringing up is kind of what was in the mind of, when this all kicked
Founding
off,
fathers.
the Second Amendment, the founding fathers. It was not only for a safety standpoint, but
Mm-hmm.
it was also from the thought that, hey, we may need to protect ourselves not only from Britain or our
But from
fellow man,
ourselves.
And I
but
get, I
from
get it.
ourselves.
And I get
Born
that.
But you get it. You
born-
don't get it to the
Yes,
point
I
where
do.
you
That's the cultural
listen to
context.
me. Listen to me.
Yes.
But you don't get it from the context and understanding that there are a lot of people that still feel that way today. And we can't discount that there are millions of gun owners that want to have their gun for safety, for hunting, for play, whatever, but also from the standpoint that I may need to protect myself from my own government. That's a real feeling that they have. And we didn't talk about that for like the first hour and a half.
So
it was all just based around safety.
And I acknowledge that. I acknowledged that earlier. I said, well, yes, there's a cultural and a historical context to the reason why our gun ownership is so high.
Yeah,
right. I do I acknowledge that. But in terms of, but I don't agree with the idea with that whole level of urgency there. This is just something I don't subscribe to. I just don't subscribe to it. But I do understand that it's there.
You don't agree that the citizenry having guns.
Hold on.
I don't believe that the citizenry having guns is going to stop.
Well, hold on. Let me interject just briefly. Hold on, because one person just said that the reason for owning guns was for safety. You're 100% wrong. It had nothing to do with safety.
Right.
It was built on tyranny. That's why it was that's why when you look at the Second Amendment, it's talking about militias, because it was talking about tyranny. It had nothing to do with your personal safety.
No, that's not what I was saying.
Well, brother, you spoke for a moment. Now it's time for me to speak. So once again, it had nothing to do with your personal safety.
Get him, Q.
It had everything to do with tyranny. That's why when you look at the Second Amendment, they're talking about tyranny and government coming into your homes. And the only reason that that's even brought up is because when you look at the war that they had with the Britons, they were attempting to separate themselves from them, so that if the Britons came in to deal with you, you would be able to deal with them summarily and or exchange this type of gun.
Is you making my point?
That's the historical
Yeah,
context.
he is. He's kind of making it.
It was an era of political instability that we don't see today.
Hold on,
we don't have
this is what we're talking about.
Hold on. Can I just finish?
You gotta stop.
Can I just finish?
No, you gotta stop.
Can I just finish?
Go ahead, Q.
The Brits is knocking at your door, Thunder.
The moment that you say that it had anything to do with safety, as the brother just said, he's wrong, and he's wrong on that, and he's off his rocker. It had nothing to do with safety. It had everything.
That's not what I said, man.
Brother, that is exactly what you said.
No, I did not say they passed the law because of that. I said that.
Let's deal
Okay,
with it.
go
I
ahead.
Magic
need
Mike.
you to stop. If there is any
Q.
imperative way for you to stop saying what you're saying and allow somebody else to speak, I'm gonna need you to exercise that
But
because
Cube, you gotta let the man clean it
Oh,
up.
okay.
I
Q,
mean,
Q,
I've
you
been
Q,
asshole.
trying to
Even
get
even
in.
if he
God
did
but
say
why
damn.
it,
would I
you
do
could
that?
let him
Q.
correct it.
But why would I
Keep it
You're
real.
telling me that
putting
your
what he
words are
said?
more important than him correcting the record, bro?
But why would I allow him to clean up something when I'm quoting exactly what he
This
said?
is not a
But
debate. Let him clean it up.
it's
Why
We
he
not.
can't
are
make an amendment?
debating.
Why he can't make an amendment to what he said, bro?
Because the problem is he doesn't stand on the amendment. He stands on what he said initially, and that's the problem. He's not standing on his
What I'm
amendment.
saying is, are you gonna let him make the amendment if
Let
he ain't
me
standing on it? Why won't you let him make the amendment?
No,
But see,
let me
the
piggyback.
problem is once he makes his amendment, now we have to argue from his amendment. But that's not what he initially said. So if he no longer stands on what he initially said, what he has to do is say, "No, I was wrong on what I said initially."
Okay, let him do that.
No, he don't have to do that.
Oh my lord, no, that's ridiculous.
No, give him the opportunity. If you felt he
I've
changed
been
something
trying
up,
to talk, and
let him
y'all
change it.
arguing. Y'all arguing about what you gonna let a person say, and I ain't even got a chance.
I agree. It's crazy.
No,
Let
but
the
I
man-
haven't. We're arguing about what somebody should be able to argue instead of everybody grown on here.
The
pretty
argument.
much, right? So
The argument is
oh my
tyranny or safety.
God. Listen,
So I think that Cube is right. Tyranny, but it also don't forget now. There's a phrase in the Second Amendment that mentions threats, both foreign and domestic. So we're talking about both ways. We're talking about England, and we're talking about right here in the U.S.
No,
And that's
wrong.
what I.
No, you're
That
still wrong because when they're talking about domestic threats, they're talking about governmental threats. They're not.
We agree. We agree.
But listen, they're not talking about the person next to you who has a P90 who has 50 rounds in his joint. They're not talking about that.
That is correct.
and that's correct. And that's
Let me finish. They're talking about the person who may be swayed.
This nigga won't let nobody agree with him.
Bro, I disagree. It's
y'all
okay.
won't even let me talk.
I think this. I think Cube. I think
Cube
they're clarifying
is
the
just
reason why they
We
want
are
weapons of
agreeing
war.
with 'em.
This is why they want weapons of war.
mean,
Absolutely. This is why they want extendos and M4s.
Go because they never gonna have
Brandon,
any.
cut it out, Brandon.
No,
listen, Chef, go ahead, Chef.
I'm getting the point of clarity right now.
So the reason why I don't really interject and jump in is because I respect everybody's opinion, even if I disagree with it. And I don't feel like my point is so profound that I can't let y'all make y'all points, right? So, because I feel like I always have the silver bullet waiting for y'all. Like I always feel like I did. So, the Second Amendment, right? Oh my God. The Second Amendment states a well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. All right? So what they're talking about right there is what Cube was saying. Like, how can y'all, it's not talking about your personal safety and you wanting to own a gun. It's not talking about that. Right?
But we understand that.
Right, we agree.
What I was saying was that individual people will maybe purchasing a weapon at that time and now for the true reason that the Second Amendment was enacted, yes, but there are some people that are going to also purchase it since they have the ability to for sport,
that's
for
not
play.
Magic Mike, but that y'all wouldn't let me finish. Why y'all ain't let me finish? That's
you
crazy.
paused, bro. I thought you paused.
No,
my bad.
See, the reason why, right? If you stop there and then you try to merge that with personal gun ownership, that's where you fucking up at. It wasn't. It wasn't to give you personal gun ownership. This was for a militia to fight, right, a state militia to fight against tyranny of the government. Are you in a militia? It's saying
Yeah,
that
no.
a militia.
So hold on. This is a new argument.
No, it's
So
not.
what you're
This
listen,
has
no. I'm
always been
talking
an
about for the
argument.
purposes
No,
for the
new
purposes of the
argument. No, I'm not
conversation
gonna let y'all do it.
tonight.
The new argument was interjected when we switched it, right? When the people in America switched that amendment to state that they, an individual, had the right to have a fucking gun. They switched it.
No. That's not what I'm talking. I'm talking about for this conversation.
The courts have spoken on this. I ain't finna argue with him about something the court already ratified and have said yes, that is correct. I mean, what you doing?
We're the citizenry. We have the right to debate that.
No,
do we not? Do we not?
They misinterpreted. Hold on. They misinterpreted the amendment.
All these justices, all these lawyers misinterpreted.
Yes.
Yeah. So, Chef, what I'm saying is, Chef, what I'm saying is tonight.
Hold on. He laughing.
No, hold up, Chef.
Hold on. He's laughing like they don't get shit wrong. He's laughing. The reason why it's called an amendment is because they can change
their minds.
They can change their minds. What is wrong with y'all? They fucking it
up. The original.
The very reason why it's there is it's an amendment.
Exactly.
Yeah, Chef. What I'm saying is for tonight's conversation, the position that you're presenting now.
If you give me 1 second, I can totally kill all of this shit.
Cube. Yes or no? Cube. Yes or no? You had the most time. Cube.
What just happened last week with the Supreme Court? What just happened with the Supreme Court? They overturned.
You know what just happened? I'm gonna tell you what just happened.
They changed their mind when it came
to fucking mind.
They changed their mind on what?
It's not set in stone.
They changed their mind on what?
Roe versus Wade.
Roe versus Wade was not ruled in the Supreme Court.
The Constitution.
Yes, it was.
Right.
Roe versus Wade was not ruled in the Supreme Court.
The Constitution is an amendable document.
Who told you that?
Why do we got 15 amendments? If it's not an amendable document, why do we got 15 amendments?
No, listen to what I'm saying.
An amendment is a change.
No. I'm talking about Roe versus Wade. You're telling me Roe versus Wade was law?
No. I threw that out there.
Was law, and then the Supreme Court came in and just said, you know what? It ain't law. That's what you're saying?
Roe versus Wade was held up by the Supreme Court.
It was not. It was never
overturned. Then it was overturned by the Supreme Court. They both are Supreme Court rulings. What is wrong with you?
Never law.
Hold on, Roe versus Wade. The enactment of it and the abolition of it were both Supreme Court rulings. Are you crazy?
Roe versus Wade was never.
Chef, don't go down the rabbit hole. That's a whole nother show. It's a whole nother show.
He gotta die. No.
I don't agree with that, Thunder.
No, he has.
Hold on.
No, he has. Stop it. He has to die. Let's go. Let's read this. Do y'all see my screen? He has.
You looking at the YWCA, bro?
Roe versus Wade is a Supreme Court
it's a ruling, right?
It is a Supreme Court ruling, and the overturning of it is another Supreme Court ruling. What is you talking about, Thunder?
Hey, do y'all see my screen? Because he has to die.
Yeah, we
right
see
now.
it. We see it,
Yep.
Cube.
Okay, so YWCA Evanston North Shore is distraught and outraged regarding the Supreme Court's decision overruling Roe v. Wade. Get the fuck out of here, nigga. You don't know what you're talking about. Be quiet.
Right, good. Let me ask you a question.
Be quiet.
When Alabama,
bro, you dead. Why the fuck are you still talking about?
Be quiet.
And the interesting thing is, I think the piece is within those rulings, there are statements regarding the law in those rulings.
Facts.
Right, what can and can't be done. I think that's the people, because I think we're maybe missing that, right? Because it's not just ruling guilty or innocent. No, within a Supreme Court ruling, they codify things that can be done and can't be done in the law.
Let me explain to y'all what I'm talking about.
Go ahead.
It clearly says that.
All right, man. We heard what. Are you going to repeat what you said again? We heard you. Allow for the retort, please. Damn, we heard you, man.
Go ahead, Thunder.
We heard you. Allow for the retort. Now, what I'm saying is, Roe versus Wade, we all know that it was surrounding abortion. But what it didn't do is say that abortion was law in the land. In other words, states could have ruled that no abortion will go on in this country. I mean, in this state, or in this city, or in this county, or in this whatever municipality it was. There is nothing on no record that said that any state had to allow abortion. That is what I mean by that was never law. Now it's saying that the states have all the rights to make whatever rule they want to make as far as allowing abortion, what terms, if they want to do 6 weeks, 20 weeks, 12 weeks, whatever they want to do, or they could also do what? They could also outlaw it altogether as well.
Bro,
it is not law.
I think you're right. I think Thunder is right.
Of course I'm right.
Essentially, the federal government got out of that.
Out of it.
Tell you why he's
right. Yeah, they got out of the idea of it.
They passed it down to the states. That's all they did. It has never been federal law to allow abortion. Never.
Watch this. Watch the idiocy. Now, if you saying right now you think that Thunder is right, he's actually 150,000% wrong, because the new law that was passed that came from the Supreme Court is that they actually gave it to the states before the Supreme Court said that no. This is the ruling of the land. So now what we see today, you fucking ignorant ass nigga, you don't know what you're talking about, is that now...
Man, look, hey, hold on, dog. You good, bro?
Bro, listen.
I ain't listening. We done now. I'm gonna go ahead and end this show if you want to apologize now.
We don't want to throw our guns, right?
I apologize.
Hold on, no. Say in the complete sentence, dog, that you apologize for what you just said, bro. Please. Bro, that's all I'm asking you, as a man.
Bro, as a man, bro, I apologize. I was a bit too up. So let me just bring it down with you.
No problem, bro.
Respectfully for you, let me bring it down.
Appreciate
it. But to be honest with you, bro, what happened with the Supreme Court, what happened last year was that what they said was that they're going to allow each specific state to deal with it. This is why you have these havens when it comes to California. This is why when you have certain states like certain states like Texas saying that they're going to fire people if they go to these other states and get abortions and stuff like that. Because initially, the way how it worked was that this was something that was widespread. But now the way how it works is that they're leaving it up until the states. Bro, I'm sorry, but you're wrong on this, bro. You do not know what the fuck you're talking about. And I don't mean that to be disrespectful.
No, you're good. Yeah, that's cool. I just don't name callers.
Respectfully, brother, respectfully, I'm sorry.
No, you can do. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. Yeah, that's cool. I'm cool with that.
No, I'm saying, no. I do want to apologize, bro. I was a little bit too up on that, but honestly, bro.
No, I accept your apology, bro. Ain't no big deal. We good.
Okay, so we're past that. Now, Chef,
please say I apologize.
The angle that you presented, the angle Chef presented 5 minutes ago about the unconstitutionality, or really the illegalness.
On that too. I want to kill you.
The illegalness of us being able to have the guns because of a misinterpretation of the original amendment. That's the argument that we should be pushing. And when I said that's a new argument, I meant for the context of the conversation tonight over the past few hours. You may have framed it up in the monologue. I missed a couple minutes of it. But essentially, the argument has been safety. It's switched to tyranny. Now it's going to unconstitutionality based on a misrepresentation. And that if that, because if that can be, even though the courts have already ruled, as Thunder is saying, right, and have continued to uphold it, if it's overturned in the courts and the amendment is abolished, then those gun enthusiasts that are so, motivated to have them would have to lay down. I'm sure they would protest, but that is a better appeal than the emotional appeal, in my opinion.
Right. And I can understand why the way you just sort of articulated that, Mike. Right. I understand why a gun owner that takes that position would say that, yes, you can infringe on my right to own an AK-47 because the very reason why I own it is for protection against tyranny of the government. Right.
Yeah.
And a weapon of war in that context, in that historical context, may be needed. Right.
Right.
Within that historical context. But what I'm saying, right, is that necessarily warranted? How we do it today?
Yes.
And my point is that since the law,
I think this is where we sit, right? And this is where we say, okay, well, we've got to. That's why the legislation they will not impede the I guess the owning of an M4. Right, they will not impede the ownership of an AK-47. All this is the reason why we're at where we're at.
And yet, my point is, since it's allowed, right? Since people are able to get it, people are going to get it for a variety of different reasons.
For different reasons,
people are going to get it for different reasons. They're not just going to adhere to the tyranny argument.
Right.
They're going to get it for all the different reasons.
And this is my argument as well, Mike. Remember, I said
including terrorism
at the expense of vulnerable communities as well. Because in your mind, you're fighting tyranny. Okay, you open the door for people in vulnerable communities that are impoverished, that are hey,
Brent,
have gang issues, that have drug issues, that have issues with illegal gun access.
Do they have a right to defend themselves from hoodlums trying to break into their home?
No, they don't. How about that? No, they don't.
No,
How about
cool, no problem.
The problem, what I'm saying
now
again, Thunder. No, because you're not letting me make my point though.
You on his side,
right? Because I'm on my side because I was trying to make my point, and both of you guys sort of jumped in, right? Because all night, what I've been saying, I say these gun laws or these gun rights laws, right? All of this stuff is at the detriment of these vulnerable communities because we know all of this stuff, right? Because okay, if you have an impoverished or you have a community that's subject to poverty, you're gonna have additional gun violence, right?
No,
if you yes, absolutely.
No.
In the U.S. Absolutely, in the U.S. We see those statistics. When you say no, you're wrong.
A bunch of dumb niggas.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. No.
Ain't nobody
with gangs, poverty, gangs, drugs, and illegal access to legal guns.
Hey, Brendan,
what?
How much gun violence in West Virginia?
You're not getting around those stats, bro. I understand that you live in a particular place.
No, we're not talking about. We're talking about urban environments. Right,
hey Brandon,
because all that has to go
in West Virginia.
But you have to throw in another element. Thunder.
Brandon,
we're talking about urbanized environments, urban environments, high population environments.
No, ain't no high population.
Urban environments.
There you go, niggas. All right.
No, it's got nothing to do with that. So now you're doing a little bit more.
What urban mean?
So we got to stop. No, we talk high population, right? High population environments.
What you mean high population?
Urban is high populations. More people. Urban is more people, right? You're in the city, more people.
Okay, Atlanta, Georgia.
Yes.
It was rare for us to even have.
I don't want to racialize it. We shouldn't racialize the argument. That's my point.
Atlanta, Georgia should not have. I'm not making a racial. And when you said urban, I thought that's what you would do. You said a bunch of ends. You just called them a bunch of
when
you said urban, I thought that's what you would do.
No. High population areas.
Yeah, we could. Yeah, no problem. Yes. So, Atlanta, Georgia, Metro about almost 6 million people, and up until maybe last year before, our homicides used to be under 100 out of almost 6 million people every year. You can pull the chart up. You might have the 120s, 130s, but it never got to about 200, never got to 150. Never. Until maybe the last year and a half, the 2 year COVID, all that COVID stuff, right? So I would even disagree with you on that. We had black people, mostly black, in a large metro area, and you had less than 100 homicides. Less than 100. Anybody can pull the charts up. Less than 100, year in, year out.
Right.
For maybe 20 years.
What caused it to go up?
How many
what caused
homicides
it to go up?
this year?
What caused it to increase though?
You can go a whole lot of places with that. An influx of people. I would say an influx of people that Katrina, Hurricane Katrina. That was the start of it, and then now you got COVID,
more people at the
Chicago,
lower edge of the income spectrum, right?
No, we always had. That's always been here.
Yeah.
That's always been here, Brandon. Ain't because people poor.
Well, we know. Well, poverty is a piece of it, though. Statistically,
I disagree.
No, well, we got the numbers, right? In terms of, the more impoverished areas are going to have more gun violence, right?
New York City per capita is the richest city in the world, or one of them, and they had 2,000 homicides every year.
Well, we know why, right? Because you got Wall Street there, so you got you. It's not really a fair thing, right? So no, it's a financial district that sort of skews those numbers.
Man, you got to
let's stop. We got to stop with that.
You wiggling, you slippery tonight, bro. Good, great.
You know, all of New York isn't the same. You've been to Manhattan. If you've been to Brooklyn,
I ain't been to now. I don't like. I have. New York. I don't like.
It's not the same.
You know why I ain't going to New York?
Disparities, income disparities, and that's
why
another piece.
York,
income disparities is another thing that drives up gun violence.
I give you one guess why I ain't never going to New York.
One gun laws, right?
You're right. You already know. You already know.
Hey, I'm not the guy that says that. Hey, you shouldn't own a gun, right?
Yeah,
I'm the guy that says that you should own a long gun, right?
Long?
I'm the guy that says you don't need an AK-47 Thunder.
Why
you
not?
Don't need that, because you know why? The same law that gives you the right to own an AK-47 gives Pookie down the road the same right.
What's wrong with that?
It's horrible.
Why is that horrible?
Oh my God! If you don't understand that, Brendan, we're lost. Brendan, right, if you don't understand why, we're lost.
Don't go back.
I don't, Brendan. So NFAC, right? Jam Master Jay. He had that crew. There's a bunch of black people with guns that we could go around Stone Mountain. Garfield came here probably about 3-4 years ago and did an interview with Jam Master Jay. Y'all can look it up. He did an interview. It was probably 200 black people out there, armed, military style, NFAC. Y'all look it up. NFAC. Everybody armed, walking around. They ain't shoot. They ain't kill nobody. If you come here, open carry. No, I open carry all the time. I ain't never shot nobody, Brent. So I don't care if somebody have. I don't care what that means.
All right, everybody make their closing marks. It's 2:00. I got a job. Y'all crazy.
All right, Chef. Let's end with the Supreme the abortion joint. Do you really believe that the Supreme Court made it a law that everybody on the planet can get an abortion? Is that what you thought?
That's not what he said, though. He said the courts changed their mind, and
No, I'm
then
talking about before. I'm talking about in 70 something. Is that what you think that law did?
No, it wasn't for the planet. You gotta stop.
Not the planet. I'm saying or the country. I'm sorry. You think everybody in the country? The Supreme Court said that everybody in the country can get an abortion.
No.
No, that ain't what they did, bro.
All right, tell us what they did. End out with what
they deferred. They didn't.
It
wasn't a ruling.
They deferred to.
They never ruled on it. They finally ruled on it.
Oh my God! All right, so we're gonna have to do a whole show on that. That's crazy.
We can do a whole show on that.
Yeah, because I mean, you're doing a disservice.
Nah.
I mean,
I'm doing the service.
Yo, say what you're saying. Tell us what they did.
Let me say what I'm saying. In 2000 and what's the year? 2023. The Supreme Court stated that they would not interject in abortions. They left it up to the states. If the states wanted to legalize it, they could legalize it. If they don't want to legalize it, they don't have to legalize it. That was the official ruling in 2023. I'm telling you that some state in this in our Confederacy was already doing that. They were already outlawing abortion.
Roe versus Wade.
Or they were putting mass restrictions on who had access.
You are murdering this.
No problem. So let's do a show on it, and whenever you're ready, just give me a call or whatever, and we can look it up.
We said Roe versus Wade. He went all he went all the way to 2023.
You know what Roe versus Wade was?
Roe versus Wade was 1973.
Okay. Do you believe that the Supreme Court in 2023 overturned Roe versus Wade?
Let me explain it.
Let me explain
it because we'll do a show on it because we got it in. You're just wrong. Roe versus I'm a state what Roe versus Wade did, right?
Go ahead.
Roe versus Wade in 1973, the Supreme Court had ruled that that abortion was protected. Your right to have abortion was protected under the Constitution. Now, we can get into how they came to that conclusion and what that covered, but in general, that's what it has stated.
Okay, in 2023, what did they do?
And the overturning of it, they threw it
back. Let's stick with what you just said now.
Yo, if we gotta do a show on that.
Roe versus Wade in 73 stated that the people in the Supreme Court could
come on, Thunder.
You say that the Supreme Court, I was looking outside. You say that the Supreme Court will say that everybody in the United States could get abortion and it was protected under the Constitution. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes. It says
okay, good. Now in 23, what happened?
Chef, I'm only tuning in once a month, man.
In 23, if you're saying that's what happened in 73. In 23, what did they do?
In 22.
22, what did they do?
Yeah, they eliminated the constitutional right to the abortion.
Good. So you're saying that nobody can get an abortion now?
No, it goes back.
You know what, Chef? You about to lose. You about to get your piece.
Look, listen. Roe versus Wade. It was.
Say it again.
Roe versus Wade, 1973. Was a landmark decision of the U.S. Supreme Court in which the court ruled that the Constitution of the United States generally protected a right to have an abortion. All right.
Good.
Now, let me go down here. In June 24th, 2022, the Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade, eliminating the constitutional right to an abortion after almost 50 years and clearing the way for bans on the procedure in the states across the country. So, what does that mean? That means that it now goes back to the state, and the state can put bans on the time limits and all of that shit.
Chef, were there any
I'm not responding.
bans previous to 2022?
I'm not. I think Texas had.
All right. So are we saying that Texas was breaking the law?
Yeah, we always had cases of people going against federal law. I mean, states going against federal law. You know what I mean? Where the federal government would have to step in and put restrictions and stuff on states that wasn't going about the federal laws. You'll have Arkansas, Little Rock. You know, case in point, that's one of the ones I can think about right off the bat.
Yeah.
So we always had cases like that. I think Texas again with the Martin Luther King holiday. I think Texas was one of the states that bucked that. So we and
Arizona.
In Arizona, and I think the abortion shit. I think Texas had the hardest time since 1973 with that being in the Bible Belt and appealing to their constituents. They
Mississippi, a lot of.
Yeah, they always toted the line when it came to skirting the rights individuals when it came to abortion. That's why people will actually leave out of those states to actually get abortions because they played games with that Supreme Court ruling. All right, everybody close out. You know what I mean?
I'm good. I'm
good
done.
Conversation though. Good Thunder. You know you always challenge us. I love it. You feel me?
Right.
If I had
you
more time,
know what? And as my close, you know what? This is one of the biggest reasons why I like these conversations, because you never really know what you think until you're challenged and you have to go through all of the iterations of this. And when Thunder jumped on and we talked about the tyranny aspect of it, and I think the light finally clicked on for me.
Okay, good.
The light clicked on for me in terms of all of this stuff, right? When we talk about, it's like, why would a person want to own this, or why would you want to have possession of it, right? And now at least I understand the argument, right? And I think that's the biggest piece: understanding the argument and understanding the other side and refining your own argument is the biggest pieces. So that's the value of the conversation. I don't have to agree, but now I understand.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you what maybe even help you. You may need a visual aid, right? So you may need a visual aid that'll bring you on over to where I'm at. There's a website. You can look at it at your own risk. I'm telling you, it's pretty disgusting. But it's called Best, BEST, Gore, Gore.
I've seen those things.
Okay,
I understand. I understand what can happen in civil unrest and all these things.
Not civil unrest,
right? Or what you would call quote unquote tyranny or horrible, horrific things. I understand that.
Unarmed citizenry. Right? That's what I'm talking about. I
kind of I understand that, but in the heat of when we're sort of explaining this and you're having to sort of deal with the back and forth, right? If explaining your arguments, this is what I'm saying. I kind of understand now what the other side is coming from, and I think that's the value of having these conversations.
It is,
right?
man.
You refine your understanding, and then you understand a little bit more about the other side.
Yeah, I stayed on. I wanted to jump on earlier, but I said, you know what? Let me hear him now. And then after, I just couldn't take no more. I said, let me jump on.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Good conversation.
Hey,
great conversation, actually.
Oh, Magic Mike already.
Chef butchered that Second Amendment, man. He butchered it real bad.
Oh my God.
Oh, he was right on point. He was
But I
right
had to
on
listen to
point
him. I had to listen.
because we were right there.
He wasn't at the tyranny. He was at
Now y'all
everybody
It's
killing
not.
everybody.
It's right. It's not about your personal handgun, right? It's not about that 9mm you want to own, right? It's bigger than that. So now I understand.
And we have to always know what they were addressing. Remember, that
Right.
was 1791. What the fuck was going on? See,
Right.
people are historically illiterate, right? and that be they read an amendment, right, without taking into consideration what the people who was making those amendments were faced with. And then we try to run it to 2023 and act like they were talking about the issue that we're having. They wasn't. They had a particular thing that they was addressing in 1791. Matter of fact, Thomas Jefferson wrote a piece
on slavery.
No. Thomas Jefferson wrote a piece on the Second Amendment, right? Because he wrote a treaty on why they had made the amendment. Oh, we're doing another show tomorrow because
Wasn't he like a militia leader as well?
yeah. So when
he was a bad
when
dude.
we read that, right, we'll understand exactly why they made the amendment, and it wasn't for
all these people was bad dudes.
Oh my God, yo, y'all did.
Yeah, but
hey,
don't leave out Thomas
Thunder.
Jefferson mentioning how that Second Amendment and slavery, how it could possibly lead to the slaughter of those slave owners. That's a part of it. Go to Wikipedia. Whenever you get ready to read it tomorrow, whenever you're gonna do it, don't leave that part out. That's all I'm telling you.
Oh my God, you didn't fuck that
Well,
up
go ahead.
some more. It's time for the show to end because the rabbit holes
please.
are the rabbit holes. Hey, yo, I appreciate y'all, yo. You know we did it again. Chef Madness. Brendan, we gotta do that show, Thunder. Yeah, I'm gonna take care of you tomorrow, Thunder. Just
no
watch
problem.
Out. All right. I appreciate y'all.
Peace, Chef. Peace.
Yeah, y'all, we did it again, yo. This Chef Madness, yo. I gotta get out of here, yo. I'm way past my bedtime. I gotta get up early in the morning and go teach. Yeah, y'all. Second Amendment advocates are nuts. All right? Second Amendment advocates are nuts. And we're gonna stay on their heads because the safety, right, of our people is more important than people personal wants to play with guns. We out this motherfucker.